is born. The emblem that you chose is the message. Your giving great outpouring the giants. With such a heart no success is born.
Thank you and welcome back to the AAU TV. To discuss the topic today, E. Williams, Prof, do you want to tell us a bit about your university?
Yes, thank you for asking. Concordia University Irvine is located in Southern California. We have approximately a little over 4,000 students in our graduate and undergraduate programs. At our university, you can earn bachelor's, master's, MBA, as well as educational doctorate or EDD. We take pride in having 5 schools within the university. We have the School of Education, students to their home to see a marketplace that is inclusive of everyone. You start, the next generations. So
is it the case that you think international
hiring professionals, and they look to students, whether they're our graduates, American graduates, or graduates of other countries, what have you done outside of your space? So, being able to say that, we can develop students that have that global perspective, that has actually lived a global perspective, that's what industry is looking for. And the reason why I mention industry is that's the future. Many people go for higher education, for careers, for jobs, and they'll make the world a better place. You can't just think myopically. You can't think just one place because it doesn't work. If you and I look at what we have on today, even though you have on cultural attire and I have on considered Western attire, many more than U.S. hands turn, I've got on my mic, touch this, as well as whether it's the colors, the dyes, doesn't have an intercultural, cross-cultural influence.
Well, great. I think I would get a bit more specific on the issue of what globalization offers to African students, okay, in the context of higher education.
Okay.
So in the context of internationalization, what does it have for students of the African extract?
Okay, thank you for asking. I just, a couple of days ago, I just arrived from Ethiopia, where I spent a few days there, and I've actually have had a trip there before. And we were meeting with some potential doctoral students, and something very prophetic came out of that. These are deans at the dean level, very well, academic, master's level type executives at one of the universities there that are looking to go into our educational doctorate program, because they said to us, in order for us to better Ethiopia, in order for us to better our students, we need to have a leadership area. We want to expand on research, which is what the doctoral degree gives for you. And so they're really looking at a country that's just coming out of a different type of a democracy, or no democracy actually, and a range of things. So in adulthood, to advance, they recognize that they need educational doctors. They need this. And I can only imagine, having spent time in other African countries, that that's true elsewhere. It's true in the U.S., the United States as well. So to specifically address, why I think it's critical for the African university, the African student, is because Africa is the new Africa. You're the new place where many years ago we looked to Asia, whether it was China or India or places. Africa is emerging. And I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. So you need to be prepared. There are things that you can learn from a U.S. system. There are things you can learn from a European system that will make all of us in the world, a much better place. So you can't just look inside Africa just for educational, for internationalization, nor can the U.S. student look just inside the U.S. for education.
Okay. So still on students, from your experience from Concordia University and other jurisdictions that you perhaps have worked within, what are some of the challenges that inhibit the growth and development of students from other jurisdictions in the United States of America or wherever you've ever worked around?
cross mobility is huge. And what I mean by that is just getting through the visa system, the immigration system, the cost system, the differences in currencies. These are very real questions that began to set the hard parameters for an individual to decide or be able to have access. For example, in the United States as well as in Europe, blended learning and e-learning, online classes is huge. Spec level for these programs are at an all-time high, and if you don't have to be able to keep up with that, is a big deteriorate. It's going to be a very big negative. The price, even if universities can do tuition exchanges or something where they can get the tuition piece worked out, which is not always, but just in case. The housing, which are hard copies. Now, I happen to live in Southern California, which has a little higher, housing costs in some places in the United States, but it's and we understand that. So what do you do? What do you do? No university can, no place that I'm aware of, I shouldn't make that as a fact, can say, okay, we're going to open up and come free. Come live and study with us free. That's not really what is being asked for, but it's a reality. Then we talked about, I briefly had mentioned to you before we met today about the TOEFL scores, or the IELTS, I think, which is the testing that we do for language proficiency. And English language proficiency exams, some people have test anxiety, for example, so they may or may not make the score on the test eligible. So that's a real barrier and a challenge. So once again, just getting into a U.S. institution is, from just the immigration issues, can be one setback that we wish we could. I wish I had a magic wand and that I could change it.
You mentioned finance. Countries that are considered not very endowed, going into the endowed countries to study. What opportunities, what funding opportunities exist for persons who are not able to finance their quest for higher education in other jurisdictions apart from DS?
Well, I don't profess to be an expert on this, but I can share with you what I do know, and then I'll be more than happy to give you some maybe links and some to websites that I'm familiar with and may know. There are certainly universities give scholarships, no question. Like that, they're competitive as well, but universities do that. There are the United States for scholarships available to international students, depending on the area they're going into and what they're doing. So that certainly happens. Then, as I understand it, because I also work closely with Namibia, like that, and Namibia as a country, and having even worked within their president of the country as well as their ambassadors, and they have actual. Because education is #1 priority, and so they're saying, what can we do? So they have put certain funds around as it makes sense. So I know opportunities are out there. So I'm hoping that anyone that might be listening or sharing this, don't look at just your own purse and say, well, I can't afford it, so therefore I can't go, and you settle for something. If you have passion about what you want to do, and it's going to help the world, not just your country, not just your region.
We've talked a bit more on the concept of internationalization. I want us to tie it now more to culture.
Okay.
And the values of individuals across the world. What is it about cultural values, cultural differences, that makes internationalization worth pursuing? Okay.
So some of the things from a cultural, as you know, my definition of culture as a practicing, communication cultural anthropologist, is culture is beliefs, values, and attitudes, plus behaviors, shared by a group over generations. So in order for something to be considered cultural, it's deep. It's learned, as you know, and things that are learned can be added. It's dynamic, and so just to speak for the moment to make sure I'm understanding culture as you're using the word. So the first thing is, where does education sit within your family? Okay. Within my family and within many American families, I certainly wouldn't say all, that would be a stereotype, education is at the top. Education is the way out of whatever areas that if you're in a lower income or lower area for you to better, not only yourself, your family, and your world, to do that. And so by all means education. So when you graduate, that's what you're going to do. So that's one. Where does your culture, where does your family put education in that? Some cultures, having spent some time in India, now it's much better because gender, which is very popular. So now women are being, even areas of Africa that I'm studying, women are pretty much go through maybe an 8th grade equivalent, a United States 8th grade equivalent, and not really expanded because women roles, gender roles, but it's changing, and I see it's changing, and I'm optimistic that it is. Likewise, what areas do you go in? Men, from a cultural perspective, or maybe have been traditionally gone more in the sciences and technology, and women have gone more into the arts and sciences or some of the vocations. It is absolutely nothing wrong with that, but we don't want gender to be that definition of what you choose to do. And then some things, so then once you get on campus, here's a cultural difference that I can tell you from a firsthand experience. How assertive, interactive, aggressive might you be with your professor? I have some students that are international as well as Americans, so it's not just an international student, that will raise their hand, address questions, be in discussion, and they're very interactive. They'll disagree with with hierarchy. You know, hierarchy is huge. So you're much more passive in taking copious notes. And as a professor in intercultural and international communications, I'm wanting you to engage and get into conversation. That's how I know you're learning. So I have to be mindful as a professor that I can't read one person's behaviors that they're not as good as or as interested in as someone else that might be more willing to speak up. A second one, and then I'll turn it over. It's a tiny bit of a negative, you know, like that, but it's a reality, is what is plagiarism? What is cheating? And that's huge. In the United States, as well as in many other, certainly in the Western countries, a lot of them, if you're going to quote something from a book, if you're going to take information from another previously published thing, then you cite it. And we happen to use different styles in the United States. Maybe perhaps you've heard of different, you know, about being mindful that if you're coming from a culture where that hasn't been something taught to you from early on, and now you land in a U.S. institution, and you not only will flunk a class, but it's grounds for dismissal from a university. And as an international student, if you flunk a semester, you may or may not have that your immigration status, you know, as a student. It could be revoked. It could be. So it's a lot that can go on there.
Well, I do understand also that internationalization of higher education brings a lot of funding, brings a lot of investment, brings a lot of opportunity. Africans study elsewhere out of Africa. That means creating more jobs for those jurisdictions because we will pay fees, would engage in a number of issues that bring economic benefits to those countries or the destinations that we travel to. So it's a two-way thing. They make some level of money, we get knowledge to be able to come and impact our continent. Now, I'm beginning to look at it from this perspective. What does Africa need to do to attract students and faculty elsewhere to want to come to Africa to study or to lecture in our universities?
You know, this is a personal opinion, but I believe it's an informed opinion. Africa, by many, is viewed as a country, not as a continent.
Okay.
So media images, what many Americans define or think of when you say Africa, is not the holistic Africa that I certainly know, that I've had truly the pleasure for over the 20-some years I've been traveling back and forth. And so a lot of it, I believe, is going to be good old-fashioned advertising, marketing, continuing to come to conferences that are hosted in the United States so we know who is Africa. Because once I sit down and talk to students that come to my office on 101 and they ask me about my work in Africa, they all want to go to Africa. Many want to go to Africa. They want to do study abroads in Africa. They want to do cultural and experience programs in Africa. So you kind of peel back that curtain that you know, it's not just war, it's not just all the things and plague and all these unfortunate negative things that hit. So I think a more accurate lens to what Africa really is. I mean, the incredible research, the beauty of your culture, the traditions, the rituals, the tribal communities. I mean, those are lessons for the world, but then the story is told. Perhaps you've heard the TED Talk by one of your esteemed colleagues, a young lady from Nigeria. It's called The Danger of the Single Story, and I encourage your viewers, if they haven't watched that. And what she says is, if you only see Africa through a single story, you will never know Africa. And so that's a big passion of mine, is that trying to be the voice in my community of the real Africa, or what I've seen.
Good. Now, a lot of times when the concept of internationalization in higher education is mentioned, usually what comes into mind is students wanting to go study abroad. Much as that is good, I also think that faculty, lecturers, there is the need for African faculty to travel abroad, teach in European and American or universities of other jurisdictions, whilst others also come here, impart knowledge directly in African cities. I don't know what you
And I also share with you that, matter of fact, in all of our memorandums of understandings that we have with some of the African universities, we have faculty exchange included as part of that general conversation. And we're waiting for that to happen. Concordia a couple of years ago was pleasure to be able to host our first faculty from the University of Ghana as a Fulbright scholar that came over, and she was with us for a year. She not only taught classes, she really engaged with the students. She also, we gave her access to our executive council, because one of the things she wanted to learn was, how does your university run? You know, how does a very well managed, very well run university do this? And so she did. We included on everything, and she really just opened up the eyes of about Africa, about Ghana. So yes, it is encouraged to be able to do that. So it's faculty exchange. In addition to that, Mr. Amoa, it's we look at curriculum exchanges. You know, I love to see what other universities or what other professors are teaching in their classrooms, books they're using, activities, exercises. I am more than willing to share mine, I mean, if ever. And so it's just a matter of, we need to know each other. You know, we need to realize that it's not a vacuum. I don't teach in a vacuum because my students don't hear me in a vacuum. And I hope, at least I hope I don't teach in a vacuum.
Okay. So basically you're encouraging faculty exchanges.
Absolutely.
Okay. So apart from the issue, you have told us about what Concordia is doing in line with that. And you have told us you had visitations from the University of Ghana. What are other universities across the world doing to facilitate faculty exchanges? I can tell you a bit about Africa.
Oh, good.
Okay. In Africa, the Association of African Universities, for instance, has what they call the Faculty Fellowship Academics to lecture in collaboration with the Economic Community of West African States or the Swedish International Development Agency. So basically they get funding, then they send lecturers from one university in Africa to another university in Africa. So experiences can be felt. Okay. So I am thinking beyond what the Association of African Universities is doing within the borders of Africa, how can this be extended to the extent that you've given us one good example where the University of Ghana came to your university? Can it be on a larger scale so that when you meet an Asian lecturer and an African lecturer and somebody from another jurisdiction, your mindset about education, and for that matter higher education, may not differ so much because you've had some level of experiences in each other's jurisdictions. So apart from the given example that you gave, the MOU between you and the University of Ghana, what other strategies do exist for faculty to have a taste of internationalization?
What I know, which is what I would like to share, is in addition to teaching exchanges, we would like to be able to do research exchanges on collaborative questions, collaborative areas that countries need information on. We haven't yet been able to do that at a larger level, but we've been able to do it more. We have faculty that on a personal level, on a professional level that's been able to do that. We have faculty that have conversations in Thailand and many in China, and here, you know, in Africa, we're looking at that. So it does exist, but it's right now today, as I'm aware of it, it's more on a personal, individual level. But we are all out there. So, you know, we have, you know, 200 some faculty, roughly, you know, I think including kind of the different ranges, that all have their fingers in other places. So I hope more of that happens, and I hope when people are reaching out at the interpersonal level, they can say, okay, you know, I'm from Uganda, I'm from Brazil, you know, I'm from, you know, Togo, and I'm looking for how can we make gender better. Mentioning once again, and just being in Ethiopia, I was just walking across campus. It was giving us a detailed campus tour, and I met a young lady that I believe was from Sudan, and her area is gender. And she's saying it's getting much better. Now, as you know, in the U.S., politically, we have the Me Too movement that came out of some of the different areas. She wanted to, and we did, exchange information because she would like to be a part of a larger study on gender. And I said, not only do I do a little bit of that, but I have faculty at my university that's their area. So that exchange is going to happen. I return to the States on the 29th, and I am going to make sure I connect. So that could be, that's a research piece where we both are faced with problems. We have challenges. And as one quote says, you know, like that, you're not going to find your answer necessarily where the problem was created. You have to look outside of that. So I don't know if that specifically answers your questions, but I know that in addition to teaching and research, now what from an administration capacity, what the professor from the University of Ghana shared with us, how does your university run? And she can take maybe some of our practices back to her. Now, what would be ideal is we have that same access at one of the universities in Ghana, and actually Wisconsin University is actually where we're getting some really good insight. The founder of that university, Dr. Finn, has been phenomenal with being able to give us a window into how that university is run, and their vice chancellor, side of international relations. We're on time, and they had to open up their doors to us, and they did so graciously, and we were so happy to do that.
No, fine. So I'll get back to you, but it's time for a break. And then when we return, we'll be talking a little more practical about your presence in Ghana in line with the same internationalization drive.
Thank you.
We will be back, viewers.
You may not have heard about us, but we have heard about you. You've been searching for a new kind of university that matches your ambition. Our world-class education is renowned, but there is more to us. Meet the university in Ghana that is transforming Africa. One that is nurturing a new generation of ethical, entrepreneurial leaders. One that offers scholarships thanks to the Massacre Foundation, so that you can be part of our community of students who stand for integrity, discipline, and excellence. There is only one such university, only one, where 100% of graduates receive job offers or graduate school admissions. You may not have heard about us, but we have heard about you. You are Africa's future, and we are Ashesi University College. Together, we can begin to create a new Africa.
Thank you, viewers, for staying tuned to our program. I am here discussing with Professor Cheryl E. Williams of Concordia University, Ivan, United States of America. Prof, we did speak about internationalization and then implications for cultures and values across the world. Now, you told us in your previous discussion that you've been traveling across Africa for some period now. You cited Namibia before we went for the break. Now you are in Ghana. What exactly are you here for?
Right, and thank you for letting me look this up on my phone. My memory It's not always the best things. But thank you for asking. So Wisconsin International University has invited us to, myself and my provost, I'm traveling with Dr. Peter Sinkbile, our provost, and we're going to be part of a symposium this afternoon that I encourage anybody that's in the greater Ghana area to come and join us at the university. My specific topic is going to be Responding to Crisis, a communication guide on race, ethnicity, class, and gender in today's workplace and marketplace. So hopefully it's a very timely topic with a how-to connected to it, because as you know, one of the things communication specialists, and I was asked to address undergraduate students as my primary audience, on what skill set that industry is looking for and that is necessary. And that's just one of the skill sets that strong communication professionals can do. My colleague, Dr. Peter Sinkbile, who is Concordia University Provost, is speaking on the economic benefits of the creative arts industry in the education sector. So we're hopefully brought out to there. We have another one of our colleagues that is a working professional. He's not a Concordia University faculty, or at least not yet, but his name is Mr. Ramsey J. Jr., and his topic will be Leadership and the 21st Century Dynamic Investment Management Framework. And Mr. J and Dr. Sinkbile and I was at dinner last night. We're really just exchanging and collaborating how all three of our areas connect to making citizens of Ghana more wise, more honorable, more cultivated, more developed for what we're looking for in the world. So that, in addition, on Saturday we have the pleasure is the Wisconsin their graduation or commencement. So Dr. Sinkbile will be delivering the keynote speech, the commencement address, and I'll be there in my regalia, like that, congratulating and welcoming the graduates as well.
Well, so I think it is, what you are going to talk about would be important to our audience continentally through the AAU TV. I ask, whilst a number of employers, let me rather put it this way, whilst a number of graduates complain that there are no jobs for them, employees or industry also complains that the graduates that we churn out of our universities lack the requisite skills, knowledge, and attitude needed to meet the demands of industry. You would be speaking on skill sets for industry. What exactly should a graduate have to be able to meet the demands of industry? What are the skills?
Okay, thank you. And I feel fairly comfortable asking that, particularly from a more Western point of view, but I believe Ghana is westernized in many ways. I don't know if it's good or bad or indifferent, but very much so, as well as other countries as well here. Industry today, corporate, are looking for graduates that can write, that can read, that can orally communicate, and that can critically think. Whether you're going into medicine, law, social sciences, literature, theater. And the millennials, as we now are calling this new generation, are so connected sometimes to technology, and this is a little bit of an opinion, because not all, certainly millennials and not all of our younger graduates do this, but some of the things that I see when I'm doing interviewing, when I'm doing my classes, is a disconnect with critical thinking. It sometimes appears that they're almost looking for someone else to give them the answer. And I know I'm talking in pejoratives. I don't mean to stereotype, and please know that I'm certainly aware of that. But I see it a lot. I see it overwhelmingly. Matter of fact, a nickname. It's not that I think I'm better than writing. How you do it is you write it. It doesn't come easy, as you know, as a professional yourself. As well as, oral communication. Some people, allow communication anxiety, which is probably what I have now, but to stifle them. But that's learned. These are all learned skills. Now, granted, people have different passions in doing that. One way, Mr. Amoah, to do that is most campuses have something around what they call career services. Okay. Maybe named different. I know on our campus it's the career services. Okay. And we have a full-time person at the director level, so she's at the management level, whose primary job is to liaise between our graduating or our students for internships even, and the communities. And by the communities, it's businesses, it's profits, for-profit organizations, non-profit organizations, to be able to see what is your entry-level requirements, as well as, some of our students, particularly our MBA students, that may already be fully employed but looking for better, jobs or careers, the reason why they may have done that. She also works with, for when you're looking for areas that's not just entry-level jobs. And it's not just for the U.S. So she also looks for what's available overseas and international, because as we look for students, we look for your graduates, many organizations, many companies in the U.S. would hire African graduates in a heartbeat if they could if they bring the skill set to complete the job. Look, the business person just wants to get the job done. They want to do it legally, they don't want to do it ethically, they want to do it ethically, and they want to do it fast. So you come in with writing skill, you come in with speaking skill, you come in with critical thinking skill. Many many businesses can train you on the specifics of what might be happening at that spot, but that you have to come in with that type of personal development.
Well, I do think that almost all of the topics you would be discussing today at Wisconsin International University seem to be thematic areas that are resonating with Africa today.
Oh, good.
Okay. Next week in Nigeria, Africa would be meeting at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Center to discuss economic benefits of the creative arts industry.
Nice.
And much as I know you are not going to be speaking on this, what do you think are some of the benefits of Africa's creative arts industry?
The creative arts industry, in many times, is what people pay attention to.
Okay.
And as you heard me mention earlier, Africa needs, and I'm speaking of it as a continent, needs to let their story be told accurately through the lens of the African, through the lens of, and if it is someone that's coming over from a different country, they go back and they tell an accurate story. They show accurate visuals. And we do that through song, through the theater, through television, through entertainment. I mean, that's a pop culture. That's a popular cultural area that is what people pay attention to. Look, if you can have the best information in the world to share, but if no one pays attention to it, then it's for naught. So our creative arts industry really helps fill in that vacuum for people paying attention. And then from there, they say, oh, I think I want to go do that. I want to go try that. And so that's one of the things that I believe, that, and Dr. Sinkbao will be doing a phenomenal job this afternoon talking just about that and connecting that. So we understand how can the creative arts industry be part of your economic win, if I can say.
Okay. You did say Ramsey J would also be talking about leadership. Am I correct?
Yes.
In the context of internationalization of higher education, what do African leaders have to do? Well,
from what I understand, Mr. J will be talking about, and Mr. J, in addition to be a financial guru and a young gentleman, he also is a motivational speaker. And what I mean by that is he really gives you a life skills and a life plan. He's going to help say, here's to get you from step one to step 2 to step 3, and included with the financial piece and how we think. Because oftentimes, and I can speak from the African American in my community, and once again, I don't mean to stereotype and say it's all, it's that we're very we buy material things. We don't think of saving, we don't think of wealth management, because sometimes you're just trying to pay the bills and keep food on the table or that. But we have to get a mindset that it's more than that. So I think not only the African nation, but the world, like this, and it needs to be able to start thinking of that. And he's going to be able to give a blueprint. So regardless of what or where someone's financial state might be today, what can you do? And that's I believe it's going to be. I'm looking forward to hearing him.
Well, I think you have delved into the topic much more than I expected.
Oh, thank
yes,
you.
And I should say that you have you've been a good ambassador of your university,
Thank
Concordia. I don't know if you have some last words for our viewers.
Once again, have your passion. There's an old saying that, a Chinese saying that is, if you really love what you do, you won't work a day in your life. And what it means by that, is whatever is dear to you. So I would encourage someone, which is what I tell my own two sons, and they're now doing this, is don't just look for the degree or the area that's the highest paid, because one day you might find yourself in what I call golden handcuffs. So you find yourself making the money, but you're miserable. You're coming to work every day and you're miserable. So find that passion, stick to it, and it'll ring true. It'll be true. It'll make for a great life. I love what I do. I've been doing it for almost 40 years, and I love it every day. I love it as much today as I did many years ago. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Prof, for coming through. Viewers have been speaking with Professor Cheryl Williams of the Concordia University, Ivan, United States of America. Would come your way within the course of the week with another edition of AAU Talk. I have been Fred Awa, your host. Thank you.
Your health while working from home. A sedentary lifestyle is detrimental to one's health and increases the risk of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and heart diseases. For a healthy heart, one must have a more holistic approach and work on lifestyle correction. Increase physical activity, reduce stress, sleep soundly, along with a healthy, balanced diet. In such situations where you're working from home, while in this era of a global pandemic, it is easy to indulge in foods that might taste good, but can harm our heart's health in the longer run and will even lead you to gain unhealthy weight. But you should know that a healthy heart leads to a long and healthy life. Keeping this mantra in mind, we should include a healthy diet and a good workout routine as part of our lifestyle. Take a look at some routines that you can do from home without gym equipment, but still as effective. You can practice these routines and more to ensure that your health is still in its best state. Yoga cannot be left out when it comes to relaxation, physical activity, and generally keeping a balanced state of mind and body. Yoga helps you to relax but still stay healthy. Take a look at some yoga routines that help in relaxation, among others. Most nutritionists around the world believe that while 30% of good health comes from a regular and effective exercise routine, diet plays an important role in managing the other 70%. Keeping this in mind, let us check out some diet tips that can not only give us a healthy body but also a strong heart. Cut down on fatty foods. Besides cutting down fried, fatty, processed, packaged, oily and spicy foods, one needs to incorporate in moderation healthy fats like olive oil, coconut oil, and mustard oil, in addition to avocado and a variety of nuts and seeds. Omega-3 is one of the most healthy fats to include in our diet. Along with slowing down the risk of irregular heartbeats, these also slow down the buildup of plaque in our arteries. Diet should be rich in omega-3 fatty foods like fatty fish, walnuts, and flax seeds. 2. Cut down on refined grains. Refined grains such as all-purpose flour or white rice are low on fiber and may lead to an increase in bad cholesterol. To reduce the damage caused by refined grains and to build a healthy heart, you can consume complex carbohydrates, adding a large variety of whole grains, beans, legumes, fruits, and vegetables, which makes a diet rich in fiber, helping to reduce the risk of heart disease. 3. Consume more green leafy vegetables. The most famous leafy greens, such as spinach and lettuce, are rich sources of vitamin K, which makes sure to keep your arteries blood clot free. These are also rich in other essential minerals that manage blood pressure. Finally, cut down on processed foods. Processed foods have preservatives in them, and they can cause damage to our heart's health. Instead of that, try to cook as much food at home as possible as you can. Nothing beats homemade food anyway. Drink enough water throughout the day. Avoid consumption of fizzy drinks. Sound sleep also helps in reducing the stress hormones in the body. This is all for today on your favorite health show, Health Africa. I am Bridget Amadente.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Ehouan-Ehilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am Nodumo Dlamini. I'm the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions, the association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities, and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities hosts the Secretariat for the African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
So we can come back to this, from time to time. We can come back to clarify all of this. We are going to get to a point where all of us, we have to go back to our concept note and say, okay, now I have come. Concept note. Where is the X here? What is my Y here? And what really am I talking about? And one thing you will see and do and all of that, Susan said it earlier, is really that by the time you are living here, even your concept note will not recognize itself. And that is perfectly in agreement with what we want. We want people to be able to notice change and growth. So don't say, my concept note, I have submitted it, is in the record of PASGA, I can't change anything. That concept note is yours, but then it should not remain like that. So this is essentially what I finished explaining, isn't it? That we will establish causality requires thinking about what an outcome would have been if the cause were not to be there. So, but again, it's a bit sometimes quite tricky. I just harassed Valence a little bit now when he said the cause of the problem is people bringing refuse. And we say, okay, but then should they have eaten the refuse? No. Now, whose work was it to have you say, okay, it's the county governor or something, or county government. Yeah, but then somebody else, county government will say, look, we have the capacity to dispose of X tons. And that's why we appeal to farmers. Process your food there before you bring it. Bring only the bananas. Don't bring the stalk that is holding the bananas together. I was in Ngong, and I saw that trucks were coming with only stalks of bananas. And they were whole trucks filled with, and that was the only thing they were. So imagine if the farmers had disposed of that in the, so can you also see that the farmers are also guilty, right? Yeah. Now, farmers will say that if we do it, they will say our bananas are not fresh. Say these customers, these people, they are not kind with us farmers. So you see, we can keep going and keep going and keep going. So how do we then
how do we then pinpoint a cause? Sometimes when I read Sloman, I like to read Sloman. And if you have read him only once, when you are not busy, try and read him again for entertainment. He has a way of spinning things. Yes. Yeah. At the end, you will feel, okay, now, is this guy saying we can never be sure what a cause is? Because he will make you feel like that. But that is not his intention. And maybe it's worth reading the whole book. I'm not suggesting that. But so it can be a bit tricky, and that is what we'll spend the next 2 or so slides just trying to pin down. What should we note? What should be at the back of our mind before we say this is a cause, and that is not a cause. First is that whether we like it or not, we have to decide where we put our analytical brakes. If not, now somebody has injury in a factory, not here. Huh? The question we'll ask. I mean, this guy left home in the morning, everything was okay, and then he comes back with POP, plaster of Paris. And the first question the neighbors will ask is, what happened? Then he says, I fell. So fall is the cause, right? Injury is the effect or the outcome. Now, but then this fall was caused because he slipped. Now, normally when people are not drunk and they don't sleep anyhow, I mean, I know accidents happen. This guy slipped because the surface was wet. The cleaners, they always put something there, wet surface or, yeah. But then the surface was not wet on its own. Surface will say, well, but it is not my fault. It is because there is a valve up there that is leaky. So oil came from this valve, ran on this surface. This guy was just going, the guy slipped, then he fell, and then the fall caused the injury. Now, leaky valve say, yeah, but don't blame me. This seal is supposed to have been replaced, but they didn't replace it. So it's still failure. And they say, seal, why did you score F9? Why did you fail? And he said, that because I'm not maintained. So you see, we can keep going back until we get to Adam and Eve, and then Adam said, well, it's the woman you gave me. So, and then the woman says, it's the serpent. And serpent, yeah. So I wonder, yeah, God is. So we need to say, okay, all right, now, wait, I can't, this is Dandora, or this is inter-ethnic violence, or this is poverty rate, or, so this is something I'm trying to study. Now, for how long, how far back in the past should I go? So the analyst has to decide that, okay, well, all right. Okay, all of you stop there, when the serpent said, well, yeah, when the woman said it's the serpent, God said, okay, I know the game. You will keep going. No. He didn't even talk to the serpent. So because serpent would have mentioned something and it will really not end, it's like our movies, Nollywood movies. When they don't know where to start, they say, watch out for part 2. And then you wonder, can this have a part 2? Seems this story is confused and confusing. So now, as an analyst, I need to decide, okay, where do I apply the brakes to begin my analysis? Right? Yeah. Joyce may be interested in, I have not read your mind or your concept note, but if Joyce is interested in, I don't like bad examples, I was going to say inter-ethnic violence. But then, so you see, what caused this is, so you may be able to find a cause, and then find a cause that caused, we can begin to trace that to amalgamation, 1914. If these different groups were allowed to go their separate ways, there would not have been these clashes. But then, so the question I sometimes ask myself is, okay, so what really do I think needs to be corrected? We cannot correct amalgamation. We cannot correct independence. We cannot correct the 1991-99 Constitution. You know what I mean? So really, where can we begin to intervene or interfere maybe? That may give me an idea of what my X should be, where really I need to apply my analytical analytical breaks. So that is the first thing we need to ask. Where really do I stop in my analysis? The second is we need to understand that the tricky difference between causation and correlation. Almost everywhere you turn, they say causation is not correlation. Yeah, causation is not correlation. But then let them continue talking. Then they are attributing causation to correlative factors. Correlation says these two factors appear to be going together. Right? So the more money is put into education, the better performance of students at high school exam. Okay. So budgetary allocation goes up, performance at O-level exams also goes up. Budgetary allocation goes up, performance goes up. If that is all we know, we are discussing correlation. Two things going together, or going down together, or going up together. That is correlation.
They may go together up.
Yeah.
They may go together down.
Yes.
One may go up.
Yes. Okay. Help us to go bit by bit. Valence. Now, budgetary allocation goes up, performance goes up. Yeah. Or if that is all we know, that is correlation. Budgetary allocation goes down, performance goes down. If that is what we know, that is correlation. Budgetary allocation goes up, but then performance also continues to go down because now teacher salaries have been increased, and instead of spending time teaching these kids, they go outside to eat pepper soup and to enjoy. So performance goes down, budgetary allocation keeps going up, and they are going in different directions. Honestly, that is also correlation. They will say that is negative. Increase in one is generating decrease in the other. All of that is correlation. That's not causation. It is the same thing here that fooled the lion. The lion was hungry, he saw the rabbit, he grabbed the rabbit, wanted to eat him, and the rabbit said, no, okay, come on, bros. You can't eat me. I know you are strong and you are the king of the jungle and everything, but I know you are not a cannibal. You don't eat your own members of your own family. And lion said, no, but you are not a member of my family. He said, but I am, me. And lion said, then prove. He said, yeah, I am, because anywhere other animals see me, they run. And lion said, yeah, if that is true, then you must be. But I want you to prove it. And so they went, and all the animals saw them and ran. And rabbit said, bros, you see? They are running away from me. Lion said, no, I want a repeat of this experiment. Then they went to another place, they saw animals, saw them, and then they fled. They said, you see, how many times do you want us to do this before I convince you? They said, one more time. Okay, yeah, let's go. Then they went, and then animals saw them, then they fled. Lion said, I'm so sorry for all the troubles I've caused you, my brother. I didn't know that we are from, and how come I didn't know all this? Yeah, okay, so go in peace, bye-bye. So, Lion interpreted correlation as causation. Their appearance correlated with the fleeing of the other animals. So they appear, animals fled. They appear, animals fled. But that is correlation. Then Lion said, rabbit tricked him to understand that correlation as causation. I am appearing, and I am scaring them, and then they are running away for their dear lives. I always like stories that end, positively. So I like this story. And honestly, I wish it will happen to every rabbit like this every time. Yeah. Again, which also says that repeat experiments will not necessarily prove causation if they are not well designed to prove that. So to move beyond this correlation, we need to establish what they call Z, a causal pathway or a causal mechanism that says this is how this produces that. So imagine lion then says, okay, I want you to show me how your appearance scares them. But maybe asking such a critical question would have revealed the bitter truth. I don't like that truth to be revealed. Some of you here in the humanities will know that in all African animal stories, the smaller animal is always the winner. You know? Even in Tom and Jerry, yes. The smaller animal is always smarter is always the winner. You see? Because, you see, most of these stories were composed by poor people. By weak people. It is their own way of experiencing justice that they do not experience in real life. So the king who is oppressing them, they call him lion. They won't call him his name. Then the weak people that are being oppressed, they call themselves rabbit. In Igbo languages, it's the tortoise. In Hausa, it is spider. No. Among the children of Anansi, yeah, it's spider, right? So it's always the smaller animal, and in Yoruba, whatever, is, in Tiv, it is rabbit. And they always win. They never even die. They drop tortoise from the sky. Imagine. It landed here, broke its back. It never died. It's our own way of, we know we can't get justice in reality. So let's have it in our imagination. Yeah. But it's okay. Sorry? All right. This is counterfactual reasoning. What will happen if the kings, maybe, but they were very busy royal people and then grew up maybe in royal, or maybe they don't even know that these stories were pointing at them. Anyways, so that is the first thing. So to move from correlation to causation, we need that causal mechanism. That is very important. And we'll talk about it later. 3, the first one is we need to know where to stop. The second is that correlation is not causation. The third is when we think of a cause and an outcome, we must be very sure the direction of that arrow. You know, when we say X is here and Y is there, then we usually draw that arrow like that. So we say X, hunger, Y, fainting, and then we typically draw an arrow that starts here and points here. We have to be sure that that is where that arrow, in reality, it is where it is pointing. It is good once in a while to ask, can the arrow move backwards? Can it be the other way around? And in real life, sometimes we can commit that error. This study was conducted by these 3 people, and their title is, Are Women Really the Fairer Sex? Corruption and Women in Government. And they discovered that in countries where women in parliament are more, there is always low prevalence of corruption. And so women in parliament, this was the argument, low corruption. That these women make laws and run committees and they hold Kindiko accountable and all of this, and then corruption index is low. When it is the other way around, men, cover your face. You have men dominating the parliament and women like this. You see, this is how corruption will open its mouth wide.
It is to service the women.
It's just okay, now that is something you have said.
Where do we stop with this conversation?
Yeah, so we need. Yeah, I wonder. But the good question we can ask is, could it actually be that women were able to get into parliament in the first instance because corruption was low in these countries? It's a possibility, isn't it? Yeah. It's just to say we need to ask, could it have been the other way around? Could it have been the other way around? We need to, when we see this, when this is our finding, when this is what we see, when this is what we claim, we need to ask that question. Could it have been the other way around? If it could not have been the other way around, then we'll know indeed what we have identified is an X. Because it is possible that women see corruption is big and they say, no, I don't want to touch that. And so then they are not found in a good number in parliament. Does this make some sense? So it's just to say we need to always put on that our critical heart to say, okay, yeah, I understand. It looks like this is the cause of that, but then maybe it is the other way around. Maybe that actually is the cause and this is the outcome. This example will help us to think a bit more about it. Somebody did a study in India and discovered that where there are inter-ethnic networks, you will find absence of inter-ethnic violence. In communities where you have PTA, we call them PTA in Nigeria, Parent-Teacher Association. And in this PTA, you have Hindus and you have Muslims in one PTA working together. Their aim is education of their children, right? But whenever violence comes, they are able to absorb it and you won't find violence in their community. In communities where you have PTA in Hindu chapter, PTA Muslim chapter operating regularly, when violence comes, it hits them. It's a big and interesting work that this guy did. So, presence of interethnic networks means leads to absence of interethnic violence. But can it be the other way around? Let's think about it. Is there a chance that it is the other way around? Sorry? It's possible. Yeah. Explain. Yes. There is a possibility. Okay, who else thinks there is a possibility? Yes, Nkechi. There is a possibility. Who else? Moses. Yeah. Who is going to give us that possibility? Dayo. Yes. Who is going to volunteer to give us that possibility? Yes, Ronke.
I think it's as simple as the fact that they are able to have this interethnic networks because they live in peace.
In the first instance. So there is, yes, Nkechi. Yeah? I want to say the reverse. Okay, say it. As in, the presence of interethnic network leads to this. Then absence of this can lead to presence of this. Yeah, sure. That is what they are saying. We are imagining what Y would be without X, counterfactual situation. Yeah, so, but the point is, it's also possible that it's because of this, that this existed. So this guy's work, therefore, his headache, his assignment, and where he has everybody saluting him, was that he was able to prove that this was true, rather than the other way around. So he was able to show that this was the beginning of the story, and then it led to this, which led to that, which led to this. We can flip, but then this is not going to allow us to sound convincing if we ever imagine that this is the cause and that is the outcome. So part of our work as we think of cause and outcome is to think, could it have been the other way around? And we have to be able to convince whoever is reading us that it is indeed the way we say it is and not the other way around. You probably at some point wish to just go back to some of the comments you got on your journal articles when they were not accepted. And some of these may be the reason that, yeah, the argument is okay, but then it's not convincing. It's not convincing. And sometimes it's not convincing because we jump the in-between that connects the two, which is why we'll really spend some time later talking about this in-between. We will we will spend some time now, the next couple of minutes, just trying to understand how we can represent some of these in what they call causal diagrams. Again, because there are some of us, everything is fine, well and dandy in prose. For other people, once they see it graphically, it sticks. So, and we'll be throwing in a few more terminologies as we move on. But let's know that this is not the process of us learning those terms. What matters is we understand them and they found their way in our research design. That is very important. Are there problems up to this point? Is it holding together? Is it making some sense? Yes. Okay. So let's look at what they call these causal diagrams or causal frameworks. Was it Nkechi that was telling us about something not long ago about confounding variables? I think she mentioned something like that. This is just trying to represent what we have been saying so far. It's a graphic illustration, for some, this is what is going to do it. So we're saying what we have here is an X. What we have here is a Y. This is trader money. And this is business growth. But then in between them, there is a Z, which is like a set of steps. So trader money led to increase in capital, which led to increase in wholesale stock, which led to something and then produces this one. Yeah. Now, somebody may say, the story did not start there. The story started with so experience in China, where somebody told the vice president, if you would distribute 10,000 naira each to the 1.5 million roadside traders, you will see economic improvement. So somebody will say, oh yeah, it is actually China experience that led to trader money in the hands of people and on and on. Some may say it's election desperation, Yeah. But we're saying, just as we analyzed earlier on, that we have to decide on this phenomenon we're trying to explain. Where do we apply the analytic breaks? So, of course, we're not blind to the possibility of what they now call A, which is antecedent factor, which may be election desperation or China experience or something else. We know it may be there, and we are not ignoring its presence. But then our analytical takeoff is here. And then we are saying it's also possible that there are other factors that may have led to this, right? So we may say, yeah, it also may be because there is some entrepreneurial training that Center for Entrepreneurship and something, University of Nairobi also organized to roadside traders. So that may be other possible factors. And part of our work may then be to say whether these factors actually contributed or did not contribute. Some will say we can even statistically estimate the quantity of input that these factors have towards this. But what we are hoping to be able to say is that this leads to that through these through this mechanism. Again, as I said, it's just like, trying to graphically represent what we have said. But we call this basic causal framework, meaning that it can be a bit more complex here. Does this basic causal network or framework, does it make some sense? Does this look like something we see on a daily basis? Yeah. So now I tell my daughter, you were the cause of this problem because you put this thing there. Well, because she didn't know that I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, thinking of late salary or how a mechanic cheated me yesterday over my car or something else, she may accept. But we're saying that may also not be the complete story. Something else may have been behind what happened here. This is, you see, the truth of the matter is, these are really not as complex as they look. They may not be basic, but they are not as complex as they look. But we're saying, okay, so we have antecedent or background factors. We have X, which may be the cause, which is also called the independent variable. In some studies, they will call them predictors because they predict. Now, we have Z, which is called the mechanism or causal chain or causal mechanism or intervening variables for those who prefer those expressions. And then we have the outcome. We have the other variables which may be, or factors, which may be influencing this. And then we have confounding variables that may come like agents of the evil one to confound our findings. Very often, these are hard to foresee. And very often, these can be foreseen and controlled. In the example I gave, if I want to find out whether, okay, so this is the China experience, it didn't exist, I just created it. And this is trader money, and trader money went through all those mechanisms, increased stock, and so on and so forth, and produces this growth in business. Now I want to show if it's really like that. So then University of Nairobi says, yeah, we need a little share of that glory, people, because we ran entrepreneurship training for the participants, and that must have contributed to, yeah. Now, if I want to study and see whether it happened like that, I can control for this and study the businesses of those who took that training as well as the businesses of those who didn't take that training. So if I have these two groups, it helps me to understand the extent to which the University of Nairobi had an input into this story. Now, I think we have explained what goes on in between, and I like to again repeat that sometimes we have an idea of the X, even of the Y, but then connecting those dots through what some quantitative analysts would prefer to call moderating variables, what people will call chain of events, is sometimes what is really the work that we have to do. Before I ask questions, let me show an illustration of this. I know that the trader money has helped to make it a bit concrete. And remember that you are going to get copies of this slide. So, let's assume that I am interested in finding out if school feeding program affect academic achievement. There is school feeding program now in Nigeria. Do you have school feeding program in Kenya? Do you still have it? Okay.
In the arid and dry land.
Okay. In the arid and dryland areas. We don't have it in all of Nigeria, for instance. We don't have it in the University of Ibadan, which is a pity. We have it only in selected states, and even then, I think it's only in primary schools. selected primary schools, not even in secondary school. Yeah, people will just keep failing primary 6. And a few private schools as well. Okay, I think that's really good. Now, let us say I want to find out how does school feeding program affect primary school students' academic achievement in Addis, or in Ondo State, or in, what is the county in Kenya? Makueni County. Let's say this is my research question. This is what this Quasar diagram looks like. In journalism, they will say this is like your knot graph. This is what the Quasar diagram really looks like. So I start my analytical thinking here. This is school feeding program, breakfast and midday meal, and better academic achievement. We seem to see it, maybe I already sense it, but then how? So school feeding program helps students to now be regular in school. Yeah, because they want to eat, and then it motivates students to want to come to school, and then they're able to concentrate. You know, as I said, this is going to be a set of chains, or a chain of steps. And then that led to that, and that led to better academic achievement. That would be a nice story, a nice causal story to tell. But then something may be nagging me at the back of my mind to say, well, sometimes will there be other factors that may contribute to this, or that may influence the extent to which school feeding program promotes this? Maybe years of schooling, maybe social background. Maybe, for instance, those who are able to eat 3 times a day at home, for instance, will not feel that motivation. Yeah. So all of those possible other factors that may have contributed to better academic achievement. Research says children from high socioeconomic status seem to do better. So these are things that I may have to factor into my analysis, because there are also other possible causes, as we call them. Now there are all these that when you design this project, for instance, you did not foresee. Nobody ever says, okay, I am going to factor disease outbreak into my analysis because it looks like there will be Ebola next year. We usually don't factor that into analysis when we want to design this kind of study. But then, so these are called confounding, how did you call them? Confounding variables, because they have also the power to undermine the explanation that we are trying to give. And then somebody looks back and say, school feeding program itself, yeah, it's an X, but then there is always a background to it. Maybe it is really this background. Maybe it's a factor also that may have contributed to how this whole story works out. So all these are called antecedent factors, which may have led to the school feeding program, then which led to this and this and that. The purpose of this is just to simplify this complex idea of causation, and to help us understand, well, yeah, they are complex, but then they are also doable. I need to say that this looks like quantitative analysis alone, but as we will see later, when we get to MMS, mixed method studies, we will see that there is a lot of possibility and reality, really, where quantitative work and qualitative work together help us to understand causation. Okay, before I will say the next thing, let me hear, what do you think? Are there questions? Are there problems so far? Yeah? Yes. Perpetual.
Yeah. If we know that all these other causes, possible causes, could lead to the outcome, so how then will we
Okay. So that's a very good question of design. How do we have just said that these other factors are, we call them, possible factors, which we need to, other possible factors, which we need to control for. So how do we, Crispin, you want to help us?
I wanted to say social issues do not happen in isolation.
That is true.
So we can find the extent to which a factor is possibly attending, but we cannot prevent other issues from intervening or affecting the outcome. So we cannot conclude with a completely clear statement that this is the thing, there is nothing else exposed to this. When we are dealing with the social issue that happens in social environment where so many factors come into play.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other? How do we then say, for instance, sorry. Moses, I know this is tough for you, but there are no sirs and profs here.
Well, I guess one of the things that we manage to work with is by the time you are putting into consideration confronting the factors, I think you are answering some of the issues he's raising about social factors not happening
in isolation. Yes.
Yes, you may not completely be able to think through every influencer, but at the same time, one of the things you are doing, and that goes to design, and goes back to what Susan taught us in the morning, how much of thinking has gone into the design. So by the time you're designing, you're also asking the question, what other thing will have influenced? By the time you put a lot together, it might be possible to assume, yes, maybe still at the level of assumption, but it might be possible to assume that this may be the prominent cause. And there are also, what do I call it now? Softwares that can also allow us now to, to not only pick culprits of events, but also to find association between covariates and influencers.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We'll take, yes, Charles, yes.
Because the question is specific, how will you determine?
Yes, okay.
I'm thinking that maybe that now takes us to the level of actual hypothesis testing.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we can perpetuate, we can frame our research question and hypothesis in a way that when we are done, we'll be able to identify whether these are the factors or whether this is the factor. Our analysis will help us, but also how we design our work can help us. If I want to know whether age is responsible for better academic performance rather than school feeding, once I am aware of that possibility from the beginning, then I structure my work in a way that helps me to know. To check for age. And I think that's why they say there are factors that we control, because we're aware, remotely or not, aware of their presence somewhere. Okay, we will... I always love this slide. It's my best slide. Yes, please.
Okay, my question is this. In a situation whereby those that you got information from, maybe they are somehow deceitful, like those ones that told you they gave them 10,000 and it was able to
by X1.
Maybe they're using it for political whatever. How do you now actually manage this thing by, saying because they gave them 10,000, their business. What of if their business is moving fine? But these people are just collecting this money just to make up, but they have other means of handling their or situation whereby maybe you are Mr. Questionnaire to get information. That they're just
feeling it anyhow.
They don't have where they will tell us that we detect only like in just few. You detect lies.
Yeah, we call them cheater items.
You detect, but not in all.
Yeah.
So in case of this seat, when it's not I don't know what to do, whether it's valid or when there is no truthful.
Okay, well, I agree with you. It may be difficult, but then that, and if it is difficult, that is why we should do it. If it is not difficult, then we don't want to talk about it. We should not even bother, because as Hume we said, an author is to be valued, is to be little valued. Who tells us nothing but what we can hear in everyday coffee house conversation? So if it is the easy thing that everybody is saying, yeah, why should we do research about it? So this question you have asked is a question that is bothering the mind of every social science researcher. So a good thing we can do is to find out how have people been handling this kind of question. And I'll take one or two comments. Yes, Irene?
Yes, thanks. If you could please go back to the previous slide.
This?
Oh, do you want me to?
Oh, yes, I wanted you to answer the question. Oh, you have a different...
Yes, I do, but I think the way I would go about it is to combine both a survey that gives me information about all the things that would usually be like, did you receive the money? Yes. How much of it? And then what is the outcome? And very basic information that is quantitative. But I would also go for qualitative. So that I triangulate some of that information.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that way, then you get explanations for things that may not necessarily be explained by others.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. But now you had a question. Edwin, you want to respond to this question? Okay, quickly, please. I have a very urgent announcement to make.
All right. I'm also meant to understand that there are different ontologies in research.
Yeah.
For example, when you have positivist and constructivist looking at causal effects, they are going to have different responses on where to stop.
Okay.
Constructivist might be a little humble and you know what, there are so many factors that can lead to this, but I'll restrict myself to this couple and see how they
go. Yeah.
But positivist will want to, an extreme positivist will want to account for every possible factor. So it depends on where the spectrum is.
Okay. And there are, for the positivists, well, we try to run away from these dichotomies. They have also sophisticated tools to measure the potential contribution of any one of these factors too. Yeah. Okay. Irene, is it possible to take up your question when we come back?
Yes.
Is that? Yes. Or maybe you ask it now and then we answer it when we come back.
Okay. I was thinking about the question itself, the research.
Okay, yes.
How does the school feeding program affect primary school students' academic achievement in And that question in itself would immediately perhaps be obviously assuming that you're looking at just this line. And then when you start answering it, you're encountering those other factors. So I'm going back to maybe what Evan is asking.
Okay.
Where do you draw the line in terms of designing your inquiry? Because the question is very broad and it can give you so many causal factors.
Yeah. I think this is a question for the afternoon, because even sometimes when you have done all your literature and all your reading, this storyline, I like to call it storyline, appears this way. But sometimes when you get to the field or when you are back with your data, they take a different shape. So the next session is actually to develop our sensitivities to these possible shapes or forms or notions that causation may take. Yeah. Okay? So you already leading us, but I want you to now stand up and lead us to lunch, because you are leading us to the next session already. I think we need lunch before the next session. All right, thank you very much, and bon appetit.
shortly we'll be speaking with one of our key facilitators for this training, and he happens to be one. Let me just put it so straight. He's the brain behind some of the models that we have seen today, and we are privileged to be speaking to him, for him to share a lot of insight with us and his experience as well throughout the entire journey. Prof, you're welcome to your television.
Thank you very much.
Great. So you would have to tell us your name, and then your university, and something brief that you want to share with us before we even go into the full conversation.
My name is Ayo Bami Ojebode. I am from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. I am currently the head of Department of Communication and Language at University of Ibadan. And I've been a facilitator on this program. First, I was a trainee and then a facilitator. I've been a facilitator since 2014. Yes.
So yesterday during the official opening, when your name was mentioned, I could hear there is sudden applause. Why do you think people were just giving you that kind of applause? I was very curious, and I'm still curious to find out why.
Well, it's I really wish we could ask them why they applauded. I can only guess. It's hard, I think. I mean, I guess in the audience there were many people that knew me and I had interacted with, and I think they have pleasant feelings about me, and so they say, "Oh yeah, that is him." Who? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I can't say why they applauded. It probably was for good, but maybe not totally. I don't know.
Okay, so one of the key things we picked had to do with the impact stories that people could share with us based on the level of knowledge and the experience that we've passed on as a lecturer in this university. In terms of research, what would you share with us as academics? What is the real gap in research in Africa, and what is PASGA doing to fill this gap as well?
Well, I think in Africa, the state of research in Africa calls for a lot of sober contemplation. I think, in my view and from my experience, I would say there are two issues that are at stake when we talk of research in Africa. One is a research regime or approach that is grounded in the realities of Africa, rather than one that tries to weigh and judge the realities of Africa from a Western normative perspective. And this is a big problem, because we still read as our compulsory texts the research methods textbooks that originated from the West, and we still read and apply the theories of those who theorized for their environment without any knowledge of Africa. And so we continue to force to panel beat the African reality to fit into the explanations that are foreign to them. And this is not good. And I have absolute respect for Western scholars for the good work they have done in research methods and in theorizing. But in all honesty, what they know in most cases just does not speak to the realities of Africa. So, and I think, and this has been said many times, that the grand approach to research in Africa does a lot of injustice to our situation. So that is the first thing. So we've had to adopt a methodology, a philosophy, a perspective that is grounded in our realities. The second is that there is this very wide gap between researchers in Africa and policymakers and policy actors. And Africans do a lot of good research, but then they end up on the pages of the academic journals and theses. Who uses this research? I mean, just doing research and making recommendations to policymakers do not change anything. So we need a regime of critical policy engaged research, not just policy relevant research in Africa. And PASGA is responding deliberately to these two gaps that I have seen. So in our training, in the professional development training that I am part of, there is a lot of effort in taking knowledge from the West or from anywhere, wherever, including the East, but then ensuring that these are mere tools that may be applicable to the realities of Africa. If they do not, then we leave them. Second is that there is a module on how researchers can do research that influences policy, and this is two of the ways by which I believe PASGA has been responding to the situation of research in Africa.
Okay. Great. So, like you said, PASGA has done a great job. This is the 23rd, 24th cohort, and it's been amazing. What will you be the impact story, or what is the impact story that you share with us?
Well, I can speak for myself. I can also tell stories that people have shared with me. I was trained in PASGA in 2012 and 13. It spilled over to 13, and I've been a facilitator from that time. Many things have happened, but one is the turnaround that has happened to my teaching of research. And I've been able to take a huge part of what I gained in PASGA and then cascaded that to the contents of my research methods class, so that my students then are better equipped than I was when I was at their level to do good research, to do policy engaged research, and to follow up even with distributing this research in ways that reach policy actors. So that is very key for me. The second is that PASGA, my involvement with PASGA has equipped me to go beyond research in communication studies, which is my area. I've been able to collaborate with other people and now in other disciplines, and now we are doing research that are not strictly communication. We have done research on community-based crime prevention, and I led the team, but then I had to bring in other people who are interested in, or who are qualified and with whom I can work. And that also involved partnership with people from as far away as El Salvador in Latin America. So that is one of the things. I mean, just to say that no matter what the discipline, no matter what the context, a good research is a good research, and good design is good design. It's not a property of a particular discipline or a particular context. And I think that is really very important. As a matter of fact, the first thing we learn in PASGA is you have to come out of your disciplinary cocoon to be able to network and to be able to do critical imagination about the situations in which we live.
So, assuming I give you $2 million, what key thing will you do in terms of research in Africa?
Well, if I have $2 million, that's a lot of money. Believe you me, the first thing I am going to do is to ensure that as many Africans as possible go through this training. And I am going to now tell me as soon as the money finishes. Maybe that's going to be. Maybe I'm going to devote half of the money to that. And I believe that with 100 million naira, did you say 200 million? $2 million. With $1 million, then you can train another cohort of about 400 or more Africans, and then I'll follow this up with practical funded research that allows them to immediately apply what they learned here. So that, here, by the time you come for this training and you finish, you have a concept note that is really ready to fly, like a research proposal that is ready to fly. Now, I'm going to ensure that the money funds those research so that they do not die as ideas, as good ideas, but then that they take on shape and they are able to they get published and completed and published.
So in the next 5 years, what should we be expecting from PASGA, especially through the PDS program?
Yeah, I think the PDT program, I imagine. Now, this offering, that is this diet that is going on, is significant in many ways. This is the first regional diet that is going on. Cohort 1 to 22, all were trained in Nairobi. This is the first time we're having this training outside of Nairobi. And I believe this will be a success. Therefore, to encourage PASGA to move further afield to other regions. And you see, when you take a training to people's regions, then financial difficulties is reduced. Then more and more people will do that. So I think in the next 5 years, I expect that PASGA is going to be able to reach and equip many more people. Now they're also going to need to begin to track these people more deliberately. Yeah.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Prof. And we are so much grateful for the good job that you are doing.
My $2 million.
See me in chambers for that. All right, great. So we just finished speaking with Prof, and he's requested for his $2 million, and it's been an exciting and insightful discussions with him, taking his journey on the PDT program. So now keep watching AAU television. My name is Chrissy Sam.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it, and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic, it's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best, and please continue serving
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
This is another episode of Ladies Digest on AAU TV. In our previous episode, we talked about the PAP and the HPV test, how necessary it is for you to go for a test, and we highlighted reasons and some symptoms and how you can get the HPV, the virus, which are numerous. According to our doctor, she said you have over 100 virus HPV, so you need to really go for one test or a pap smear. So on this episode, we'll be looking at, you've gotten your result, you've gone for a test, what is the interpretation and the management of the HPV. And as usual, I have in my studio our regular guests Dr. Udell Tego of the Luca Health Medical Center at East Legon. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you.
It's nice seeing you again.
Happy to be here as always.
All right, thank you for coming as usual. And we talked about the pap smear in our previous episode, the HPV, and you mentioned a lot and you really delved into many areas. And I know our viewers they've been challenged to go for their test.
Challenge is good.
Yeah, they've been challenged. I, for one, have been challenged.
Excellent.
Yeah. So now we've gotten, let's say they've gone for their test and the result is out. How should it be managed? And in that regard, I want to know what an abnormal pap test or an HPV result looks like or means.
Okay. So in general, having an abnormal pap test result or a positive HPV test result does not by any means mean that you have or will get cervical cancer.
Oh, okay.
I think it's extremely important to start with and to stress that because immediately people hear the word cancer for one. Even if the word pre or the prefix pre is before it,
it's still scary.
Once you hear cancer, it's scary and understandably so.
Yeah.
So again, the pap tests, the HPV tests are screening tests. They just raise a red flag indicating to your doctor to take a closer look, possibly do additional testing to see if there are indeed any abnormalities of the cervical cells in the case of the pap test, or if the HPV is present, determine if they are starting to cause any concerning, specifically precancerous changes on the cervix. But when you have an abnormal test, it just means additional testing, additional evaluation needs to be done. It does not mean that you have or will even get cervical cancer.
Okay, so can I relate it to the breast cancer? I know there are sometimes you go for a test for breast cancer. We are not talking breast cancer yet, but just like to relate it.
Yes.
There are sometimes you go for a test for breast cancer and they refer you for a mammogram.
Yes.
And at times they tell you that there are some lumps or that they are benign or something like that.
Yes.
Are there benign, should I say cells or results when it comes to the HPV?
Yes, there can be changes that can be considered benign. Okay, so let's get more into what type of result can you get from a pap test. With the HPV test, either it's present or it's absent. Either the virus is there or it's not. Okay. With the pap test, there's 3 different results you can get. The first test is negative. That means that the cells of the cervix appear completely normal. And that's it.
Okay.
The second result can be unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory doesn't really tell us anything. What it means is that for whatever reason, they were not able to read the results. Sometimes that can be because there weren't enough cells obtained on the initial pap test. One reason that can be, and just to give an example, is that sometimes women in menopause, the cervical cells can change such that it's harder to get a good sample of cells because the skin is thinner and maybe drier after menopause. So it can be a little more challenging to get enough cells on that type of swab. That's one type of reason where there may not be enough cells. Or sometimes you get the cells, but sometimes during the processing in the lab that they need to do to be able to read a result, the cells don't just survive the processing.
Wow, so it's possible?
It's possible.
They'll die off?
Sometimes. Not that they die off per se, but let's say you only got a few sample of the cells or, you know, whatever processing or solutions they use to read the results, the cells don't survive that. And so usually in the unsatisfactory test results instance, you just need to come back and have the test repeated. So that way we can try and get a more adequate sample. The third result you can get is an abnormal. Again, abnormal doesn't mean that you have cancer. It doesn't mean that you're going to get cancer. But the types of abnormality, the way they're called, the term used for them is a very long term, which I will say, but I'll give an abbreviation to make it easier. The types of abnormalities described on a pap test are called squamous intraepithelial lesions, or SIL, which is much simpler for all of us, including me, to say.
I think I'll go with the SIL because I can't even remember.
Yes. And it's not necessarily really to remember, but frequently these days, at the same time that a doctor gets the result for the Pap test, the patient also gets the result for the Pap test through advances in technology, you know, which we all benefit from. You can get your actual printout of your result. And so when you see something like a long word like that, it's helpful to have an understanding that, number one, this is not horrible, you're not going to die, the world is not going to end, but this is what it can mean. So any abnormality on the cervix is described as SIL. Within the SIL, there are two categories of SIL. There can be low-grade SIL, which generally means there are mild changes seen or mild abnormalities seen. The high grade is the second category of SIL, and it's those that are more concerning. Those are the ones that are most likely associated with an HPV, a high-risk HPV infection. And those high-grade SIL changes are the ones that are more likely to develop to precancer or cancer. With the low-risk category of SIL, sometimes it could be because of HPV and it's just starting to cause minor abnormalities. Sometimes it could be nothing. Remember I said that there are false positive results? Sometimes your Pap may say there's low-grade SIL present, but then you go to do the additional testing, which we'll get into, and then you don't see anything. Exactly. So those are the terms used to describe abnormalities seen on a Pap test.
Okay. So with the HPV, are there different types of HPV?
Yes. So we covered in the previous episode.
Yeah, the 100 and
there's more than 100 types, but they're grouped into two categories.
Okay, two categories.
Yes, low risk types and high risk types. For our purpose of discussing the cervical cancer screening, the cause of cervical cancer, and the Pap test, we're concerned only with the high risk types of HPV. Yes.
Oh, I see. And what are some of the problems these HPVs can cause?
So the HPV, we're talking about the cervical cancer, the high risk, and then the low risk type can cause genital warts. With the high risk HPV, it's actually good that you asked that question again, because high risk HPV can also cause other types of cancer, not necessarily related to discussion about the Pap test, because that's for the cervix. But high risk HPV has also been known to cause other cancers of the genital area or the anal area, so anal cancer.
Apart from the cervical?
Yes. So high-risk HPV has been associated with anal cancer. High-risk HPV can also cause vulvar cancer, so not necessarily of the cervix, which is the openings to the womb, but also the outer vaginal lips or the vagina itself can develop cancer related to HPV, but also cancers of the head and neck. The mouth and throat in particular have also been associated with high-risk HPV.
Wow. So what was the relationship?
We'll get into that a little bit later.
I see. Okay.
We'll talk more about HPV and how you acquire it, and then it'll become apparent how the high-risk HPV can be associated with these other types.
With this kind of types. Okay, so still more on the HPV now. So how can it be acquired?
So in general, HPV is acquired sexually or by skin-to-skin contact. High-risk HPV, like I said, is sexually acquired, and so the main way to prevent it is to try and be selective with your sexual partners, know the sexual history of your partners, and to use barrier methods, specifically condoms, to try and protect against, HPV infection. There's also the HPV vaccines, which are available, which can also offer protection against the most common types of low-risk and high-risk HPV that can cause genital warts and cervical cancer, respectively.
So if you mention, you should be selective with partners. For a married lady or a married couple, you are stuck with that partner.
Stuck with?
You are stuck with the partner.
You're happily stuck with that partner, hopefully.
Stuck with, though. But now you are stuck with, and what should you do?
So it's interesting because there are instances where a married woman, or let's give a simple example of a newly married couple.
Okay, yeah.
They're monogamous with just each other for X duration of time. But prior to that, they may have been sexually active with others, which is common, it's normal in general. So it could be the case that an HPV may have been acquired by the male or the female prior to their current partner that they're married to. Like I said earlier, HPV many times can get cleared from the body. But there's also another instance where the HPV can be in the body but not cause any symptoms. It's not causing any precancerous changes on the cervix. The woman's getting tested, the Pap tests are negative. In that case, we say that the HPV is just lying dormant or inactive in the person's cells. Okay? But then at a certain point, let's say the woman is the one who has acquired the HPV. At a certain point, she'll have a Pap test after she's been married that comes up positive. It could be the case that this is an HPV infection that has been dormant in the system for a while, and maybe let's assume the woman is age 35. You know, as women get older, as we get older in general, it becomes harder for our immune system to clear the HPV virus as readily, which is why the co-testing is recommended for women age 30 and over. Okay, I'm trying to tie everything together that we discussed. So because of that, maybe now at this point she's gone for a Pap test and now it's showing that the HPV is there. Does it mean that she has to suspect that her partner is not faithful?
I see.
Not necessarily. And one should never jump right to that conclusion because sometimes HPV can be dormant in the system without causing symptoms for a while before it starts to show. The other instance may be, okay, same couple, they've gotten married, but they've had other sexual partners previously. If the woman's Pap test comes back positive all of a sudden, it could be the case that she did acquire from her husband. But still in that case, it's not necessarily that her husband is being unfaithful. Again, same that applies to her in terms of the HPV being dormant in her system, same can apply to him. Maybe the HPV has been dormant in his system for a while, and it's only just now that it's manifesting that he's transmitted it to his partner or his wife. So I say that to say that, again, never jump the gun and make an assumption in terms of the faithfulness of a partner until, you know, thorough investigations can be held with regard to. And obviously on a personal side, on the couple side, obviously, hopefully communication lines are open, they have a relationship such that they can discuss things so that everyone is open about the past history and how it could impact health, you know, in the present time.
That is true. So how long, if a couple or a lady finds out she has this HPV, is it forever?
It's not forever.
Okay, so there's hope.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I thought once you have it, you are doomed.
No. Okay. And in most cases, even if you get HPV infection, even if you have precancerous changes on the cervix, you're usually not doomed. Okay. More often than not, you're absolutely not doomed. Okay. HPV, again, is an extremely common infection. Okay. Estimates put the percentage around 70 to 80% of sexually active men and women will acquire HPV infection in their lifetime. But almost an equal percentage of healthy men and women will clear the infection on their own without any consequence. Okay. However, even if you acquire an HPV infection as a woman, and it's to the point where there are some low-grade, or in certain instances, even some high-grade changes detected with the Pap smear, as long as you're able to catch it before the stage of actual cervical cancer, in the case of high-grade changes, you can remove those abnormal cells or HPV-infected cells from the cervix. And then with surveillance, we can check to see if indeed all the affected cells are removed and the Pap smear and the HPV tests then go back to normal and negative. So by and large, an HPV infection tends not to be forever.
Forever. Right. Okay. And what are some of the, or what are the treatments? What treatments can be prescribed by your, or would it have to do with your individual, the individuality of the lady or of the couple in terms of treatments?
Yes. So in general, when it comes to abnormal changes on the Pap smear, the treatment will vary based on each individual circumstance. Okay. So the information we're giving here is just general information to help facilitate understanding of the different possibilities and the different evaluation methods that will be employed. But your doctor will determine what is based on you based on current evidence-based guidelines and your specific test results. So in order to answer that more thoroughly, we need to get more into, okay, now that we know the terms used to describe abnormal Pap test results, what is done with those and what additional tests are carried out to evaluate those? Because again, we need to check to make sure that the Pap test was correct. Okay, so when you have any abnormality seen on the cervix, if it falls into the low-grade SIL category, these more often than not tend to be in the mild range of categories, meaning if there's any abnormality on the cervix, they tend to be mild if they're classified as low-grade by the PAP. The test that's typically utilized to check and actually diagnose if the PAP was correct and actually give a proper verification of exactly what extent of change is present on the cervix is called a colposcopy. That's also a kind of long word.
Colposcopy.
Colposcopy. And we'll try and insert some diagrams or pictures with the word, exactly, with the term spelled out so you can see. Yes. So the colposcopy is a special test that is done in the GYN office. You generally don't need anesthesia for it. It takes about 15 minutes on average. It's not very long. And it's a way to look at the cervix, get a magnified view of the cervical cells with a special magnifying device. So it's basically, a colposcope is basically a microscope for the cervix. So it helps to highlight the cervical cells. There's certain solutions and whatnot which we use to actually visualize the possible abnormalities a bit better. And in addition to the colposcopy, we also generally do a biopsy. A biopsy is just a tissue sample. So we usually snip a tiny piece of tissue. Whenever I say biopsy, people think that here I come with the knife and I'm going to slice a big chunk of tissue. No. It sounds scary, but that's the reason we're having this discussion. So when you take a biopsy, it's usually a very small sample of cells. That's usually all you need.
So it's still like the Pap smear?
It's a little bit different. So there are different instruments that we use to obtain the biopsy because instead of now just swabbing or brushing the surface of the cervix, we're actually just pinching a little piece of tissue. It's very tiny. And usually we take more than one biopsy. But again, like I said, the whole test takes less than 15 minutes, so it's not very involved at all. The instruments are designed to be able to take the tissue very quickly and relatively painlessly. Sometimes you might feel a little bit of a cramp or you might just feel uncomfortable because the speculum is in when this is being done. But it's very quick, tiny pieces of tissue that we can actually send to the lab. So then the pathologist, which is the physician that is trained to read these tissue samples, can actually look at the tissue and say, yes, there are actually abnormal changes there, and they can grade the extent of the abnormality. So when you get a colposcopy with biopsy, there are a different set of terms that will describe what they see on the biopsy. So either they'll say the biopsy is negative, meaning they don't see any cervical abnormalities at all. Next, they may say we see mild precancerous changes, or not even precancerous, they'll just say we'll see mild changes present. These changes are termed cervical intraepithelial neoplasia, or CIN.
I like the CIN.
Yes.
We like the CIN.
So the CIN category of changes refer to the biopsy results, whereas the SIL, low grade and high grade, refer to the Pap test results. So CIN1 is just
more like an advanced.
It's not advanced. It's mild. Exactly. So these changes have a very low likelihood of progressing onto cervical cancer. So that's why it's just a 1, CIN1. CIN1 most of the time goes away on its own. And usually you just need follow-up with repeat Pap testing at a certain interval determined by your doctor to see if your body's able to clear it on its own, which again, most of the time it does.
It does.
Okay. So CIN, if you want to correlate it back to the PAP test results, CIN usually goes along with low-grade SIL. Okay, so these all fall into the mild category, less likely to follow on or to progress on to cervical cancer. Okay. Next, you have CIN2 and CIN3. CIN2 is moderate abnormality of the cervical cells. CIN3 is severe abnormality of the cervical cells. CIN2 and CIN3 are considered precancerous because these have a higher chance of progressing to cervical cancer. Your body is less able to clear these types of abnormalities. These changes correlate to the high-grade SIL, which can be identified on the PAP test. Okay, and so that describes what is done when you get any low-grade or SIL test result on the PAP test. You get either colposcopy with or without biopsy, but most docs, the recommendations usually recommend biopsy. Even if you're looking with a microscope and you don't see any major abnormality that stands out at you, it's usually prudent to still get some tissue samples just to make sure, because the tissue samples are diagnostic. So that way you can make sure that indeed there is not something there, or if there is something there, you can get an accurate assessment of the severity. And then the biopsy results are the CIN terms that are used. And it's mild, CIN1, CIN2, moderate, or CIN3, severe. The CIN2 and CIN3 are most concerning because those are actual precancerous cells that could progress to cervical cancer.
Wow. So these PAP tests, how are they evaluated?
The way we just discussed.
So those are
exactly. So when you have the PAP test done, you get the results. If there's an abnormality, it says that there's SIL present, then usually your doctor, based on your particular circumstance, will tell you if you need to then have the colposcopy with biopsy. And then based on the colposcopy with biopsy results, then you'll know if you need further treatment or not.
So you mentioned in our earlier conversation, you talked about the dormant HPV.
Yes.
Can they get to this CIN? Those are what gets to the CIN and the
in some cases. Like I said, most of the time, the body can clear the HPV.
And when it doesn't clear,
then it can possibly progress onto the CIN changes. But it's not absolute. Just because it's there. Usually if it's dormant, you won't even get an abnormal result on the testing. Because dormant means your immune system is suppressing it. So it's not active. It's not causing any active changes.
I see.
But sometimes, in certain instances, yes, they can become active and progress to cause changes. And again, highlighting the need for coming for a routine check.
So when these results have been evaluated, what's next?
So let's say a woman has low-grade SIL suspected on her PAP. They have colposcopy and biopsy done, and the result is CIN1. And I am oversimplifying, so there may be various types of people viewing our conversation right now. There's many, many different results and circumstances and different things which will mandate a different management. But I'm just trying to make things simple just for comprehension's sake. So low-grade SIL on PAP, you've had the colposcopy and biopsy, and your result comes back as either no abnormality or CIN1, mild changes. Usually in that case, you just need to come back for repeat PAP and HPV, which is the co-testing, in 1 year. On average, yes.
For any age, like within the age?
For any age. Unless for whatever reason, based on your history, your doctor determines otherwise. And there can be cases where your doctor may determine the need for a different evaluation. But in general, for any age, if that is how your PAP test, your biopsy results come out, you get a repeat PAP with HPV testing in 1 year. If you have any of the high-grade changes, CIN2 or CIN3, moderate or severe precancerous cells on the cervix, by and large, a treatment is recommended. And again, that is because it is much harder for the body to clear moderate and severe precancerous changes, and these have a higher chance of progressing onto cervical cancer. The treatment usually entails some way to either remove the affected cells, the precancerous cells from the cervix, or to ablate them. Ablate means destroy, so destroy the abnormal cells from the cervix. So
remove and destroy.
Yes.
How? So what's the difference?
So the difference is when you are removing or excising the abnormal cells, you're actually cutting away, you're taking them away from the cervix. Exactly. It can be done by different means. The most common way is with a wire loop, which is heated with an electric current. This all sounds horrible. You're not going to get electrocuted. There's nothing like that.
When you say wire loop.
But there's a special instrument that is designed for the purpose of performing the procedure to remove the affected cells from the cervix. It sounds very involved, but actually this procedure called LEAP, L-E-E-P, it's an acronym. It stands for a very long term, which I'm not going to say this time.
No problem. You don't need to.
So it's a LEAP procedure, and it actually can be done in the office. It usually also takes like 20, maybe 30 minutes. There's some minor local anesthesia that can be administered to the woman to be able to tolerate the procedure, and you get it done. You go home the very same day. It's not anything too involved. I've done many in the office, and many women tolerate it very well in the office.
In the office?
Exactly.
And they don't need to sleep over or just in the office?
Exactly.
No surgery, no theater?
Right.
Wow.
Now, in certain instances, I will do it in the theater.
Okay.
Not every medical facility, not every office is equipped with the proper equipment or personnel to be able to do it in the office. So in those cases, it is done in the theater. Traditionally, before advances in medicine, it was always done in the theater, okay? But it's only now because we have, you know, newer instruments, newer ways of doing things that it can be done in the office setting safely, okay? So the second way to remove the abnormal cells from the cervix is usually with a knife. That's called a cold knife cone biopsy, or cone biopsy to be simple. Usually that is reserved for the case of severe precancerous changes where you suspect that, okay, there might actually be some early actual cancer present. And so the reason you would do the procedure with a knife instead is because you want the edges of the tissue sample that you remove to be clean so that they can be easily evaluated by the pathologist, and they can say, okay, yes, there is actually cancer present. Is it invading into deeper tissues or not? Having that clean margin is important for detecting that, okay? So in that case, the cone biopsy serves not only as treatment, but also as a diagnostic measure to help you to know if you've gotten everything, if there is cancer there, or if you actually need to go and do a more involved surgery, okay? With ablation, you're just destroying the cervical cells, and this can actually be done for certain cases of low-risk precancerous cells and some cases of high-risk precancerous cells, although current recommendations usually advise that if there's high-risk precancer there, it's best to do an actual removal as opposed to a destruction, because with the destruction, you're not removing anything. You're either just burning the abnormal cells with a laser or by some other technique, or you're freezing them, which is called cryotherapy. But in those cases, you don't really know if you've gotten everything. Exactly. So that's why with severe precancerous changes, they usually recommend that you do an actual removal or excision technique for treatment.
More sure.
Exactly. It's important to have the actual tissue to know if you've gotten everything or not. Yes.
Okay, after this break, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Hello, viewers. This has been Ladies Digest, and that's the part 2, and we're talking about interpretation of the results and management of your pap test results. You can drop your comments, you can drop your questions on our YouTube and Facebook pages at the Association of African Universities. Do stay tuned.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, under the patronage of His Excellency Abdel Fattah Said Hussein Khalil El-Sisi, President of Egypt and current chairperson of the African Union, and Ahmed Mohammed Ahmed El Tayeb, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, presents The AAU's Conference of Rectors, Vice Chancellors and Presidents of African Universities from 8th to 11th of July 2019. Theme: Role of Higher Education Institutions in Promoting the Continental Education Strategy, CESA 1625. Call for papers have been announced for the following sub-themes: Promoting Science and Mathematics Education, Expanding Technical and Vocational Education and Training Opportunities, Revitalizing and Expanding Tertiary Education, Research and Innovation, Promoting Peace Education and Conflict Prevention at all levels of education, Improving Management of Education Systems and Harnessing the Capacity of ICT to Improve Access and Quality of Education and Training, Promoting Mobility through Harmonization of Quality Assurance and Accreditation Systems, and Identifying New Directions to Improve the Management of Education in Africa. Submit your paper abstracts of not more than 2 pages online at www.aau.org/subs/abstracts. Deadline for submission is 15th March 2019. For further details on Corevip 2019, please visit events.aau.org/Corevip.
Welcome back, viewers. Before the break, we talked about getting your results and its abnormal, some abnormal cells, how it's described, how it's evaluated, and the necessary follow-ups to be done. And now we've come back to talk about the follow-ups after the treatment has been done. And I have some questions from my guests, and I want our doctor to treat them, and that will be all for this session. Welcome back, Doc.
Thank you.
Yeah, so when the treatment is done, I'm clear now from any abnormality. What follow-up is needed?
So being cleared from any abnormality is one instance.
Yeah.
But there may have been abnormalities found for which you needed a procedure, like the LEAP or the cone biopsy, etc. Each individual case, like I keep mentioning, will be determined. The follow-up would be determined based on your doctor and your specific circumstance. So it's always important to highlight that, because I am oversimplifying in these explanations here. But in general, if you have an evaluation for abnormal PAP, like I mentioned earlier, if you've had a low-grade change on the PAP test, you've had the colposcopy and biopsy, the biopsy either shows just normal cells or mild changes. Usually a follow-up just includes a repeat PAP test with an HPV co-testing in most instances, either in a year or at an interval specified by your physician. Okay. The fact that you've had an evaluation means that you may not necessarily return to the every 3 or 5 years automatically. But usually you'd have a shorter term follow-up. And then based on that test result, your doctor will advise you on whether you can resume the routine screening interval. Exactly. Age also plays a role in that. Certain cases you may have high grade identified on your pap smear, high grade SIL. Your biopsy may have come back either moderate or severe precancerous cells. If you have had to undergo a definitive treatment procedure, let's say an excision, then typically your follow-up will require additional pap testing, sometimes with or without HPV testing, at a shorter interval than even 1 year. Usually it's every 6 months for a certain duration of time, also specified by your physician, until you have a certain number of tests that come back normal. Then in those instances, your doctor will advise you when you can go back to routine screening. So all of this is dependent, again, on your age, the type of abnormality you had, the type of treatment you had, and then...
Are there tendencies of these abnormalities recurring?
Sometimes they can. Because again, we talked about sometimes the HPV can be dormant in the cells. The other thing is that, remember, the cervix and vagina, they're kind of contiguous, so they're all attached to each other. So you may have one region of the cervix that has severe change. It doesn't mean that the HPV is just there. The HPV has probably affected all of the cells of the cervix, but you have some severe changes in one area. And so you'll have the treatment procedure to try and include that severe area for certain, and also some of the less severe areas as well. But the remaining cervical cells may still be HPV affected. They're just not manifesting that severe change in that one area that had to be removed. And so the surveillance after that is to check and see, okay, now that you've had the major disease burden, so to speak, removed, can your body now then clear whatever is remaining, or will it persist and start to cause further abnormalities again? Most of the time, again, after you've had a treatment for severe precancerous changes, if you're young and healthy, your immune system is normal, most of the time you do go back to normal after that. Yes.
Wow. Okay, let's just look at some questions that our guests, our viewers have sent to us. One says, can you get cervical cancer without HPV?
You actually can. And there is a medication that had been given back in the 60s, 70s in the US. I can't necessarily speak to whether it was used worldwide, called DES. It was a medication given, I think, for nausea, vomiting during pregnancy. Studies showed over the years that that DES caused precancer and cancer of the genital organs of those women's female children. So the women that took it themselves were not at increased risk of, let's say, cervical cancer, for example. But the daughters of the women, the female children that they were carrying,
the fetus kind of,
were affected. So those women have been found to develop cancers of the anal genital area more frequently in the absence of HPV infection. So in that case, yes, cervical cancer can develop, especially if there had been DES exposure. Most of those women that took DES are now aged, you know, so the daughters of those women we're seeing with less and less frequency. And so we still inquire about it usually at GYN visits, especially if we know that you're in a location where that medication had been given at that time. That medication is not given anymore to anyone. They stopped that long ago.
So we are safe.
So it's not a current risk.
I see.
But because we know of that history, we do ask that, but we're seeing it less and less just because the women of those ages where it would have been given, they're kind of aging out. So yes, in that case, yes, you can get cervical cancer in the absence of HPV.
Okay, another one goes, does cervical screening test screen for other forms of cancers?
In general, no. Cervical cancer screening, the Pap test, is for the cervix. I do know of some instances where sometimes they can check for other cell abnormalities from other tissues using the Pap test, but in general, it's safe to say that the Pap test is for cervical cancer screening. Yes.
Okay, and another one, having sex with is having sex with a cervical cancer patient safe or advisable?
So someone who actively has cervical cancer?
Yeah. Let's say, for instance, your wife.
Okay.
Yeah, a man.
So usually, by the time you get to the stage of cervical cancer, you are starting to manifest certain symptoms. In general,
you are not even healthy.
Well, not necessarily. Cervical cancer also has different stages. As you can see, all these things we're talking about have stages, low grade, high grade, CIN 1 to 3. Cancer also has stages. You can have an early stage cancer where you won't necessarily have like a mass growing on the cervix, but the cells can be abnormal enough where, say, if you are sexually active, you may start to have some abnormal bleeding. Cervical cancer can also be advanced. Usually in that case, you are very sick. You can have a lot of pelvic pain, You can have other manifestations in the body because when cervical cancer becomes advanced, it tends to spread to other organs. So now you're manifesting other very severe symptoms where you probably will not really be interested in sexual activity anyway.
Okay.
Also, cervical sexual activity, especially actual penetration with someone who has advanced cervical cancer is not advisable because there can be life-threatening bleeding that results from that, especially if there's an actual mass in the cervix. And interestingly, I shouldn't necessarily say that you may not be interested. Some women have cervical cancer and they're not aware. They may be manifesting symptoms, but they don't recognize it as this could be cervical
they've
cancer.
not gone for their GY.
Exactly. So maybe they're having a heavier discharge than normal, or they're seeing just like some little bleeding here and there at other times apart from their menses. They're having some pelvic pain, but they're not associating that that could be cervical cancer. I'm not saying if you have those symptoms of cervical cancer. Most of the time, if you have symptoms like that, it's usually something else. But sometimes you can have those types of symptoms with cervical cancer. And so if you actually have intercourse with that being the case, there can be excessive bleeding, which can be life-threatening. So if you have someone who you know has cervical cancer or there's suspicion for that, it's probably best to refrain from that. When you have cervical cancer and you're being treated, usually the treatment is very involved. And this, I'm talking about severe cervical cancer. Maybe you've had, surgery or whatever to treat, or maybe you're having chemotherapy, which can be used for cervical cancer. Usually you're not feeling that great, and so the likelihood that you're sexually active during those times, just because of the intensity of the treatment, is not likely that you're being sexually active at that time.
So before I go back to the other questions, how harmful is cervical cancer?
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, penetrative sex is what I'm talking about in terms of having, with someone who has cervical cancer. But obviously there's other ways of being intimate as well. Those are perfectly fine as long as the woman is feeling up to it. Exactly.
Okay. How harmful is cervical cancer?
Cervical cancer kills people. Yes, it is one of the leading causes of mortality or death worldwide. But like for somewhere, let's say the US, for example, because we have these screening methods in place, or any region where they have these screening methods in place, cervical cancer has gone from being one of the leading causes of death amongst women to being much lower down on the scale of the causes of death. Exactly, because it's being detected earlier, it's being managed earlier, it's being prevented because you're catching things early when they're more easily managed. Yes, but cervical cancer is extremely harmful because people can die from it. Yes.
Okay. Someone says, is having oral sex with someone with HPV putting you at risk?
Yes.
Okay.
So oral sex is still skin-to-skin contact. It's all skin.
Skin, yeah, you're making skin.
Yes, and so remember I said earlier, if you're thinking about high-risk HPV, not only does it cause cervical cancer, it also can cause cancers of the head and neck, specifically the mouth and the throat. There was a celebrity, and I'm not going to mention the name because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but he actually came out and said that he had had throat cancer and it was associated with HPV. So in that instance, yes, there can be a risk there. Again, I keep highlighting that for young, healthy people, most of the time HPV does not amount to these types of development of cancer in general. However, selectivity in your sexual partners, even condom use, there are female condoms as well. So you can, there are female condoms where you can put it on and still perform the oral sex. And that can be a preventative measure. The vaccine, if you fall within the appropriate age range, that can also be a preventative measure. And then selectivity with the sexual partners.
Cleanliness in general, can it contribute in any way to reducing this HPV?
Not necessarily, because you get HPV only through sexual transmission. So good hygiene is always advisable, just for your general vaginal health. But just general vaginal cleanliness does not necessarily increase your risk of acquiring HPV infection.
Okay, and our last question. This is obviously from a lady. It says, does foreplay put a lady at a risk to contracting HPV?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's for both the low risk and high-risk types of HPV. Because again, we're talking about skin-to-skin contact. That's how HPV is transmitted. And so, for example, like I said, even with low-risk HPV, which we know causes genital warts, a person may have low-risk HPV in the cells of the genital area. For a man, for example, not just on the penis, but also on the general genital area. So if there is, contact between the genitalia, or even between the genitalia then through fingers to the woman or to the male or whatever, there is risk of transmitting the virus in that way. With high-risk HPV, because it's usually affecting the cervix, yes, it's usually tends to be through penetrative sex, but if, for example, you are manually stimulating a woman internally in the vagina to the cervix, and there are high-risk HPV affected cells in other places, you can spread it there as well. So as long as there's skin-to-skin contact with someone who has HPV, there is a risk of acquiring it, both low-risk and high-risk HPV. Yes.
Okay, finally, your final words to our viewers, emphasizing the need for them not to be too scared of going for the test.
Definitely don't be scared of coming for a routine GYN visit, getting the Pap test and the HPV. Today we talked about a lot of, technical terms and long words and procedures which sound very scary and intimidating and very involved. But in general, they tend to be fairly minor in the sense that they are simple tests that can detect disorders early, disorders specifically meaning precancerous cells early, before they have a chance to get to actual cancer. Undergoing these tests, especially the additional tests if you have an abnormality found on the Pap test, can be nerve-wracking. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't be worried or shouldn't be nervous. And any questions that you have, certainly take them to your doctors. Better to ask and get your questions answered sufficiently to allay your fears and reassure you that everything is being done appropriately to evaluate what's going on, than to be so fearful that it stops you from going and getting the evaluation you need.
If possible, kills you.
Exactly. It's because certainly treating cervical cancer is much more difficult and much more involved, and usually leads to much more side effects and problems than getting evaluated and treated for these changes that we can see on the Pap smear or with the cervical biopsy. So again, always highlighting prevention, always encouraging communication. Even if you're scared or even if you're worried about certain things, it's better to go get your questions answered, get the appropriate testing, and know for a fact that you know what's going on and that it's being managed, rather than not know and potentially develop a serious or even deadly problem in the future.
As our doctor has said, prevention, prevention.
Very important.
It's better. Ask questions, talk, instead of staying in the dark, and it would lead to more serious issues and maybe, if possible, incurable situation. This has been Ladies Digest, and have been your host, Iyoa John Ikuya, and we had in our midst our regular guest who has left a very busy schedule to come and teach us, to come and sensitize us on this very, very sensitive issue, cervical cancer, and the need to go for a test, a Pap test. Till we come your way same time next week. Do stay tuned.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Ehouan-Ehilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am Nodumo Dlamini, the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions, the association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities hosts the Secretariat for the African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, disons, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO, qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training, human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member, representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
If you're watching us live on AAU from the Association of African Universities, and you can follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. Today we are here to talk about early signs of mental ill health in the youth. And Health Africa is the only program that prioritizes your mental health. This season we are concentrating on mental health. You don't want to miss this show. Please stay with us.
This not only leads to innovative solutions for context-specific challenges, it also powers growth and facilitates greater participation in the global economy. This new model of partnership will require a shift in global development and cooperation practice.
Carnegie Mellon University has already opened its campus for a master's degree program in information technology in East Africa. At Carnegie Mellon Rwanda, you learn. At Carnegie Mellon Rwanda, you innovate. Okay. At Carnegie Mellon Rwanda, you make a difference. At Carnegie Mellon Rwanda, you learn, innovate, and make a difference.
I'd like to introduce our guest for today. I'd like her to introduce herself though. Hello, doctor, you're welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so I'd like you to introduce yourself to our guest.
Okay, so I'm Dr. Nana Danso Anyama. Right. I'm a senior medical officer and a resident in psychiatry at Bantan Hospital here in Accra, Ghana.
All right, that sounds interesting. This means our conversation today will be more than interesting. You don't want to miss anything. Okay, so like to get started. I'd like you to help me define or explain who a healthy human being or a youth is.
Okay, so first of all, when you say someone is healthy, we are talking about the person being in a state of complete physical, psychological, social, having all these components in a good state, okay, and not just necessarily the absence of illness.
Okay.
So when someone is says, I have a pain here, I have a pain there, that mentions a particular illness, that alone does not say that the person has ill health. Even though the person may not necessarily complain of a particular pain, they can still be an unhealthy person. Then we come to the term that is youth.
Okay.
And well, that term is quite fluid. Different people use it in different instances. So for some institutions like the United Nations, they will look at an age range that is between 15 to 24. And if you look at WHO as well, they'll use similar, 15 to 24. But then as said, based on particular instances, that may be modified. So for with Ghana's youth policy, for example, and even Africa's youth charter, that definition is expanded to look at age ranges between 15 and 35. And the main reason is that youth is basically not a fixed thing. It is a period of transition. So when someone is transitioning from childhood dependence into adulthood, where you're kind of independent, and then also learning about interdependence in the community, that is a period of youth. So it's not necessarily a fixed stage per se, but then it's fluid. But for Ghana, we tend to take 15 to 35, so I think we can use that for our discussion as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what causes mental illness? Or who can this affect?
Okay, so we talk of mental illness, two questions in one. What causes it, and then who can it affect? Okay, so when we start with them, what causes it? Well, it's multifactorial, to be frank. That is to say that there's no one cause to it. Okay. The various factors may include biological factors, so we can be talking about hereditary components, hormonal neurotransmitters in the brain. That's basically some fluids or things in the brain. So that's one component that may go amok or amiss and then lead to this. But then also, in as much as these components are there, there's also the environmental factors. So things in one's life, stress, particular instances that may occur, that may trigger some of these episodes are also really, can also affect someone to develop a mental illness. So these are, in simplicity, these are some of the common factors that kind of lead to mental ill health. Okay. Now, who can it affect? Anyone and everyone. Once you're a human being, you're alive, you're breathing, it can affect you. And the thing is, it has no respect for person, for finances, for race, for backgrounds. We have people like even the royal family, Prince Harry, coming out openly and stating that look, he's had his own challenges with mental health issues. And for us, I think that was a very big step for mental health, because the thing is, if a very close-knit family that's very tight-lipped about everything can have a rep come out and say that, look, this is real, this is a challenge, and we should address it, then I think it's very, very important. So it can affect anyone. And at work, I see it across board, from people in governance to pastors to doctors to bankers to students. Anyone and everyone can be affected. And that's the thing about mental health. Once you have a brain, you can have a mental problem.
All right. Okay, so what are some of the, since you're talking about the youth today, what are some of the warning signs that your child or your upcoming youth in the house could be having mental illness or something like that? Okay. So just to put things in perspective, when we say mental illness, it's not a diagnosis. So for example, how we say physical illness, it's a broad term. Under it you have various conditions, various diagnoses in there. So you can have malaria, you could have hypertension, you could have diabetes, you could have a stroke. All of these are different in nature, but then they're all physical ill health. Same with mental illness too. There are different diagnoses in there. And that means that there will be different ways things may manifest, the disorders may manifest. So that's just to put in perspective. So no one really expects that they are going to find A, B, C, D, E before they say it's a mental illness, let me seek help. Now, with a basic rule of thumb that can help to pick up early signs is, one, if you notice the person a youth, whoever you know, is having a change from their usual state. So you notice that the person is not really themselves. Sometimes you may not really even be able to place a finger on it, but then this change kind of is pervasive, and it's not just one-off, it's kind of lingering and then progressing, sometimes even be worsening. That's a cue to get help and to just seek clarification at all, if anything at all. So you don't really have to wait to say this in particular is a mental ill health issue and I'm going to seek redress for it. When you're talking about early signs, most of the time it may be something you may not really even be able to pick up, but then once you notice a change that is pervasive, that is going through, then it's good to have a second one. So for someone who is a bit outgoing, you notice that person is a bit more withdrawn, or someone who is a bit withdrawn now all of a sudden talking incessantly and keeps going on and on, and it's difficult to stop. Someone mood changes, you notice that the person's mood has changed and it's persistent. You also notice, for example, that sometimes common, out of these ones, they are common. Those ones people kind of jump at it. For example, if someone starts talking irrelevantly, those people will quickly kind of seek help for. But then the subtle ones are where people are not really themselves. You can really notice there are some changes, but then you can't really place a finger on it. Some of these things are just good to get a second opinion about if you're not unsure, you're not sure about it. Okay, so if, let's say in a week, I get moody like 4 times in a week, and it's throughout the day. Today I'm happy, tomorrow I'm not, then the next day I'm also not. Is it as a sign, or is it because something else? Maybe there's something else, not necessarily mental related. Exactly. So that's what I was mentioning about the pervasiveness of it. Okay. Oftentimes, to make diagnosis, you kind of use timelines. So, for example, you'll be looking beyond some number of weeks, months, and all of those things. But then if I'm coming from a person who is a relative or who is caring for another person, it would not be too fair to say wait particular time periods, because mind you, it depends on how intense these symptoms may be. So though it may be brief, for example, it may be very intense, that will make you want to seek help. So for example, someone whom you know to be very outgoing, all of a sudden you realize that the person is
withdrawn, the person is not eating much, the person is not talking as much, and one day you come home and see that the person has written a suicide note. It may be just a week or two that you may have noticed that about the person, but then for that you immediately seek help. Unlike other instances where you may notice this over a rather prolonged period of time, those are main indices. And then again, a good rule of thumb is when the person's change begins to affect their functioning. So you realize that the person is not as functional as they were. It could be with family, with work, with other peer relationships as well. All of these are good indices to use to try and seek help for such a person.
Okay. So you talked about how to identify it. How then do we combat this?
Well, that is the thing. Because when we talk about mental health, basically, oftentimes it's ill health and health kind of has a thin line in there.
Okay.
So sometimes these things are not too unusual. We can't all be happy all the time. We can't all be sad all the time. So it's fluid in there. But then the determining factor as to what becomes something that needs to be addressed oftentimes comes from the frequency and then the intensity. Okay. Now, when you're talking about combating it basically needs us to be open about it first of all, to be able to free to talk about it. The level of stigma surrounding mental health in general doesn't make it too easy for people to even seek help. So you have people who would have symptoms that would be lasting for long periods of time, unable to just get the help they need because they are afraid of being stigmatized. So I think personally one of the first steps we can even take in trying to address these is to talk a bit more about it, let people know that it is real, and it doesn't make you any less if you suffer from these. And also, once you're able to get help early enough, your outcome or prognosis is good. Okay, so the sooner you get help, the sooner you're able to get back to being healthy and stay healthy. But then once we allow this to go on for long periods of time, then recuperating becomes a bit more challenging, and then the outcomes sometimes may not be as good. So education is very, very key and vital. We need to talk to people a bit more, get the word out there, and then also try and help with the stigma. It's terrible. The stigma around mental health is terrible. And I think it's every bit we can do to alleviate that would go a long way to helping everyone who is affected to get the necessary help.
Okay. You talked about people coming out to talk about. So in your line of work, have you come across people who come to you and say, "Doctor, I think I have a mental problem, like I need help"? Like, do you have people coming to you that openly to talk about it? Yeah, it's not as common, but then often I have seen quite a number of people, and I must say I was very, very impressed. Wow. The thing is, with our society putting things in context, oftentimes when all these changes, it's not as if though we don't notice these changes, we do. But then the interpretation we give to it oftentimes is that it's a spiritual thing. Yeah. So most of the time, the first point of call is a prayer camp, a church, a religious institution. So the thing is, picking up these subtle signs and symptoms, we do. But just that the connotations we attribute it to is often of a spiritual origin. So that's how come we kind of send more people to prayer camps. Now, fortunately, there have been some few who have realized that, no, I'm actually having this challenge. I think it's a mental challenge, and have come to seek help. Most of the time, though, is the other way around. Either people are referred for treatment, or relatives or other people around them kind of forcefully bring them for treatment. But hardly do you get people coming on their own. But then I have been fortunate to see a few of such, which is refreshing. Okay, so I'd like us to move on to talk about oppositional defiant disorder. I'd like you to educate us on what it is about.
Okay, so oppositional defiance disorder is one of the many disorders that's captured under the umbrella of mental health disorders. Okay. And it comes mainly under one of what we call conduct disorders. Conduct. So basically, I think the name kind of helps us understand what it is. So it's basically people who tend to be a bit more oppositional in that they are a bit more argumentative, uncooperative, and sometimes can have tantrums. Okay, and then defiant. Defiant basically says kind of disrespectful, not really bothering about who is speaking, whether it's an authority figure, and with children, irrespective of whether it's an adult they are speaking to. Okay, and the disorder, oftentimes, I know once in a while you see people have this, so it's not like everybody has oppositional defiance disorder. There's a strict category, diagnostic criteria we use in making the diagnosis. But then again, just to make it simple, oftentimes it has to be pervasive, so it has to last for a period of time. And in a week, it has to be most days in a week for at least 6 months before such a diagnosis is actually made. And then the content of what goes on in there. For a preschooler, and it happens from childhood. So like, let's say preschooler who is throwing a lot of tantrums and is not respectful and is very argumentative and gets into these huge, hairy arguments with people in authority and also people who are older than them. Those are those are the main things you look at in there. Mind you, with this, it can be in one particular situation. So for example, for some people it may be more of in the home situation, but in other settings they may not necessarily exhibit such behaviors. The only thing is that it shouldn't just be restricted to just siblings, because you know our siblings it is kind of quite common, but if it's other persons other than siblings, then you can be looking at such a condition. And it tends to come in with other comorbidities, so it may come in with other conditions as well. Commonly you may have some mood disorders, so like maybe depression, anxieties, those could come along with it. And then also as you're growing up, it can also come along with substance use disorders as well. So it's something that, it does not say it always develops into that, but it may. And as I say, as they are growing as well, it may also develop into what we call antisocial personality disorder. So that's where it kind of graduates into something else altogether. But along those lines of not conforming to what society expects of them.
So when you were talking, you talked about the fact that they don't obey rules or they are disrespectful towards the elderly. Okay, I know someone. I can't mention names here, but she's also like that. But because we are siblings, I don't see it as a mental something. But talking about the fact that it has to be with everyone, not just siblings, doesn't mean that she has, but then it's quite mild. Or she doesn't have at all. That's just a character or an attitude or something like that.
Exactly. So when you're going more detailed into the diagnostic criteria, then you look into the onsets and then also look into the settings where these symptoms are exhibited. Because as I said, sometimes it may be a response to certain environments. So for example, if there's harsh parenting, a home environment that may not be necessarily too conducive, sometimes that response may be in response to what the environment is throwing at the person. Then again, sometimes too, it is like the harsh parenting may be in response to the person's behavior and personality. So it takes time to sit down through a history and then tease out exactly where it is. And the main aim is also trying to identify the triggering themes and where the challenges are, so that when working with a person to overcome this, then you are able to address all of these. So it's quite difficult to blanketly state that the person has or does not have a condition. Also, as I said, often look at when it started, the onset, and how it has progressed with time, the settings in which it's manifested, and what may trigger it, or what may be, who the person even has such tantrums towards, and then what these issues may be that leads to such behavior. So it's not too good to just blanketly give people diagnosis and tags, but then just to give us an idea of basically what goes into it. Those are the main things.
Okay, so how can this be combated? Because it's serious. If you're like that, somebody will say you are disrespectful naturally, but you might be having a mental problem.
Exactly. As with most, especially personality and other disorders, there's a thin line between the normal and then the not so normal. Exactly. But then with combating it, first of all, with whatever concern you have, seek professional help. Once you seek professional help, then the full history is taken, and then the challenging areas or where the problems are identified. Even if it's not a diagnosis that is labeled as oppositional defiance disorder, there is definitely conflict that's going on in whichever setting, and there requisite tools may be used in trying to address them. Amongst them are psychotherapy. So there are different modalities of psychotherapy. Sometimes we may have to do family therapies to also try and just make sure that whatever the main issues is that's underlying this and causing all of these to be present are addressed.
Okay.
So we may do different modalities of therapy based on the particular needs.
Okay.
And if necessary, as said, sometimes with comorbidities, even with children, and maybe with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So if it comes along with all of these other disorders, certainly they must also be addressed. So for those, yes, sometimes psychotherapy may be used. At other times, so pharmacotherapy, that's where medications may be needed. And also social support and all of those are also looked at. So we tried to address these from a 360-degree kind of approach, addressing every challenge in a holistic manner, rather than just labeling someone and then kind of putting them in a compartment.
Okay, so we are informed about some of the most common childhood disorders, that is anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, attention deficit disorder. Can you kindly explain all these things, because they are very big?
Okay, yeah, with the diagnosis and the disorders, they are quite a lot. Yeah, but then with childhood and adolescent mental health, these are quite common disorders. Yeah. So I'll try, I think what I would do is I would try and pick some of them and then kind of give some basic things about them. Okay. So to start with, for something like depression or your mood disorders, I think that has come under a lot of limelight of late with episodes that have been going on. But basically it's sustained low mood in persons, which may be associated with other symptoms, commonly symptoms like reduced appetite. For some people, they may have increased, but oftentimes a reduced appetite, reduced energy, difficulty concentrating. Also, people may also have a sense of hopelessness, sense of worthlessness. So it basically means that they feel like the future doesn't hold much for them. And then that's a very difficult place to be in, sense of worthlessness, where you feel as though you don't really value, you don't have much worth, and generally feeling very down and low about yourself, low self-esteem as well. It comes along with other symptoms, like persons also sometimes having suicidal ideations, where they feel so down that sometimes they believe it's worth not being alive at all. And these may be very persistent ideations that sometimes people may act on and actually attempt suicide, and unfortunately some do succeed in completing the suicide. So basically that's depression, and as I say, it's not necessarily just one day you feel sad and that means you're depressed, but then it must be lingering for a period, longer period, 2 weeks or more, then we are looking into a depression episode. So that's, I think, a good summary, fair enough summary about what depression is. And it may have a triggering factor, so there may be something that may trigger it. Sometimes there may be nothing really that may trigger it, but then the person may still experience this low mood. Yes. Then we look at the bipolar affective, which is also another mood disorder. And with that, as the name suggests, there are two ends of a pole, basically. So at one extreme end is the depression phase, which is spoken about. And then at the other extreme end is what we call the manic phase. And so it's not that the person is experiencing both at the same time, but the person alternates between these two poles. And there may be periods of normalcy in between these extremes. So it's not as if all the time there's one or the other. The person may be fine for a period of time, have maybe a depression episode, then it may limit itself. Then with time, we have a manic episode. Everybody is a bit different, so it's not like there's a routine for how it goes. Someone may have more of depression episodes in their bipolar. Another person will have more of manic episodes and maybe just one depressive episode. The manic episodes basically are manifested by persons having a lot of energy. So it's like the other opposite. So like a lot of energy. Maybe talking excessively and very rapidly, decreased need for sleep, maybe having a lot of ideas coming to mind, but they're never really completing. They may start the project, but they're never really completing them. So it's like one thing to the next, onto the next. they may also be spending quite a lot during this period, feel very generous.
Wow.
And some may also take in very risky behaviors. Okay. So during this period, people are maybe a bit more sexually promiscuous. Okay, libido will be increased. Okay, and also during this period, it's also a lot of creative period. So people get a lot of good creative ideas, and we have a lot of popular people who will be able to use the creativity from these manic episodes. So the mood is expansive generally during this period. Also, they may be very irritable, and sometimes it may be associated with psychosis, where the person may be hearing certain voices that may not really be there, seeing certain things that may not really be there, and then also sometimes have beliefs about certain things that may not really be true. So they may have very grandiose delusions. That means they may have very high and lofty beliefs about themselves, which really may not be the case. Okay. So that's basically how bipolar is. So it's kind of moving between these two extremes, and as said, one may be a bit more on one side, another person may be a bit more on the other side.
Okay, so before we move on to autism, which is another disorder, I'd like to ask, way back in senior high school, there was a girl, but when her bipolar comes, she passes exam like something, she will just score everything, and I'm like, when she comes back to normal, then her performance falls. How does this affect your performance in school?
Exactly. As said, so from what you're saying, it sounds like she tended to do very well during her manic episodes, because with depression, it's difficult to really even concentrate or do much. And the thing is that bipolar persons are quite brilliant individuals.
Oh, really?
Yes. And during a manic phase, as I said, you may have, there's so much energy. You can really absorb a lot of things you're studying, and you may be able to get so much within a short space of time. Mind you, also there's a decreased need for sleep, so the person can just keep going without really feeling tired or needing to rest. Okay. And during this period, people can very brilliant ideas can come out. We've had good presidents and all of that having the condition. So it's it's not all bad. The main issues are when this leads to the person taking risky behaviors. Okay, so maybe for example the person is driving and speeding, reckless driving because they're feeling that high, they're feeling indestructible. So the person, as I said, to spending, for example, the person may go and make a huge mess of their finances because I had one patient who went to a club, right, and then it's like free drinks for everybody, and he keeps spending. All of a sudden the bill is in like thousands of dollars, and then he gets arrested and sent to bars because you just keep feeling that great, that you keep doing things over and beyond what is necessary. And sometimes the delusions too maybe make someone act in a way that may not really be right, and that may lead to the person accidentally harming themselves.
So we can move on to autism disorder.
Yeah, so with the autism spectrum disorders, it's also one of those that is like during childhood, and it's a spectrum, so there are different degrees to it. But basically, the two main components are one is difficulty in showing emotions. Okay. So the person has restricted emotions, so verbal, they may not communicate back and forth as you'll be having. And also non-verbal, how to use non-verbal cues in communicating may also be a challenge.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We'd like to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Please stay tuned.
What do you think about when you think of success?
Success is about hard work. Success is about knowledge and applying it for the good of the community. Success is about skills development. It's about creating innovative ideas and building a hope and making it a reality. Success is about having big dreams and chasing them. Success is nurtured here. We as National University of Science and Technology stand as the only key you can use to unlock doors for success. When you think of success, think in other terms.
come back from the short break. We're continuing and we are talking about attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Doctor, can you explain that?
Okay, so with that again, I think the name kind of helps give it away. So we talk about two main components. Okay, three actual main components. We are looking at inattention. So basically, a child with such a condition basically is unable to maintain attention for long periods of time. So oftentimes you have teachers complaining that they don't pay attention in class because they are always up and about doing something else. So within a short space, they may pay attention, but after that it looks like they are distracted into other things. Then again, then the hyperactivity. So you basically can't sit still. Always has to be on the move. Even when they're sitting, it's like they're fidgeting or with something. Okay, so it's just cannot be still.
Okay.
You have to keep moving, you have to keep doing something. And then the last aspect is impulsivity. So person spontaneously does things. So let's say that child in class that even before you ask the question and they blurted out the answer, you know, everybody knows you have to raise your hand before you answer, but no, for them, once the question is coming, then they just keep blurting out the answers. They're just very impulsive. So those are basic things about it. And as I said, it's pervasive and sometimes it's disruptive, so that even in settings where you'd expect them to be able to compose themselves, they kind of are a bit disruptive. So their functioning it gets disturbed because of this these three main components. Then that's in short what the attention deficit hyperactive disorder is.
How do young people who have had mental ill health recover as they age? Do they recover as they age, or they recover instantly, or they recover as they age?
Okay. So it's a good question to ask. And the thing is, as said, there are different conditions that are covered under mental health. So it depends on what type of condition it is, and then how it's tailored to progress generally. So one, the type of condition the person has, that determines is one of the things that would help determine their prognosis. Secondly, to the health-seeking behavior of the individual. So if, and the timing of the health-seeking behavior. So if symptoms start and then help is sought early enough and interventions are made early enough and patients stick to the interventions that are given as recommendations, then prognosis oftentimes is very good. So you may have someone who may be diagnosed as even bipolar, getting on treatment, maybe using both their pharmacotherapy medications and their counseling session, their therapy sessions, tools, and you see that they'll be very fine, work normally, be able to grow well, go through school without much disturbance, marry, have children, have a good family life. But then for a similar person with a similar diagnosis who, for example, does not even seek treatment early, or even after seeking treatment does not stick to the treatment regimen. So for example, you put a person on medication and this person doesn't take medications, they take it as and when they feel like it. For such a person, oftentimes you end up having what we call relapses. So relapses basically means you end up having more of such episodes. And research has found that the more of relapses someone has, it does not help with the prognosis long term. So based on some of the conditions can be very debilitating. So if you're looking at a condition like something like schizophrenia, which affects youth, yes, if you're able to stick to your treatment, you can have good functionality. But if you don't and you have more relapses, sometimes you become quite a burden to family, and that's when all these social issues become very, very dicey. So there can be good progress made, but it just depends honestly on the person and their family in health-seeking behavior.
So how do we address the rise of mental illness among college students? Because it keeps increasing.
Yes. So I think the college environment is just a reflection of society generally. And it may seem, well, it's one of two things. It may appear as though it's increasing, but then in actual fact, it could be that these are things that have just been there all along, but then we're not being spoken much of. So now there's a lot of attention to it. So for example, people may have been committing suicide, but just I wasn't getting as published in news and all that, because it was something you don't talk about. You know, at first it's a taboo to even talk about such a thing. But now there's that space where we can talk about these things. It may create the impression that there is an increased rate of it. So it's here and there. What to do about it, basically, is one, accept that these are the realities, because most people are in denial about it. Oftentimes, it's very difficult to get in, and I understand, because once someone is told you have a mental health issue, it is a big deal. And it will be difficult to pretend as though it isn't, because it changes a lot of dynamics for you. And even in our society, it kind of taints everything, every difficult. I understand, because even with health professionals, once you mention someone has a mental health disorder, then others who may not necessarily be in the mental health fraternity kind of have a certain way of looking at a person. So there are definite challenges that have to be addressed. But I think first and foremost, once we start, as I keep reiterating, talking about these things and making people feel comfortable enough to talk about them, so that, because these issues are there, and the rates are so high that you know that it's going to be something that's going to be present. But then people feel comfortable enough to actually even talk about it with even close family, then even getting to seek help and be open about it. That is the only way we are going to get things getting better. Then again, when it comes to institutions that are responsible for caring for persons with mental illness, there has to be adequate equipping of our institutions, both with human resource and then also other resources as well, financial and all of those things. You just have to make it such that it is such an important issue that I don't think it can be I don't know how it's not prioritized enough, because this is the minds of people. And when we're talking about youth are people who are going to be in places of leadership very soon. So we have to do everything to make sure there's a space created for people to feel open enough about getting help. And also when they seek help, the institutions they seek help from should be equipped enough to render that help to the best of its ability.
Okay. Moving on to career guidance centers or counseling centers. These counseling centers in schools and universities are poorly patronaged. Do you think this low patronage in itself has an influence on the stress on students causing their mental illness?
Well, it's good. I think it's a very good and laudable concept, having the career and guidance setting. The low patronage is something we should actually look at, and for me, I think it's basically a reflection of the issue and challenge of stigma. Because most people don't want to even be associated with anything that has to do with mental, and even the thought that another person may know that I walked in there, you know, it becomes a difficulty. So it depends on how the centers are structured. I can't say I can speak to all of the structures, how they are, but then oftentimes now mental health is moving to a place where we're trying to decentralize from the main hospitals that we know of, but then getting units in various hospitals, general hospitals, so that it's easily accessible. And so a similar concept may be used for the career and guidance units, such that it's not, when you're walking in it, it's not so obvious that you're walking into a place. Exactly. So it may, based on how the setting is, people may feel a bit more comfortable going in and patronizing it. Example, if, for example, it's in a general students clinic, and then one of the consulting rooms is assigned, and maybe you swap which room it is every other day, so that it's not as if a particular room gets tagged as this is the psych room. You know, then it may help people feel a bit more comfortable getting help. But then, little by little, I think we'll get there. Now, the low patronage, the question was if that doesn't...
If that also has a toll on the fact that youth, they are also developing mental illnesses.
Yes, so the thing is, once you have stress in a college setting, and stress is nothing so big, you don't necessarily have to complete university before you start going through stress. Even getting how you even manage during that time, people are finding themselves, relationships, issues, and all of those things. They are a big deal. So stress will come even with examination classes, grades. These are important stresses that are real and exist. So those already in themselves are factors that may tip someone who is already predisposed to having a condition, tipping them into actually having it manifesting in its fullness. Oh, yes, okay. So that setting on its own definitely is going to be a factor to lead people to having these things pop up. And then again, it's a period of a lot of experimentation, peer influences. So drugs use and alcohol use, substance use is quite on the high as well. And then there's undue pressure nowadays to also be, I don't know, keep abreast with the times and keep abreast with appearances. So there may be pressure, especially for someone who may be coming from a background that is not so affluent. And pressure on how to keep up appearances and try to fit in with peers and try to not be different. So there's a lot of stress during that period. And so all of these are reasons why these centers should actually be well patronized so that people are helped.
Okay. So talking of stress, what could in a workplace, what could stress an employee to develop a mental disorder in a workplace?
When you ask that question, in my mind goes like, what couldn't stress? Because like anything and everything can be a source of stress. And when you're looking at occupational health and safety policies, oftentimes you would have it looking at the biological components, the chemical components, and all of those. But then the psychological component is also a very, very important component that has to be looked at, especially by employers, so that they know how to address it to keep their their employees in a good space. Now, stress can come from anywhere. For example, even techno stress. For example, using of technology nowadays. Imagine someone who had been in a setup where, when the person was getting employed, computers were not being used, the person was used to doing manual work and all of that, and all of a sudden you have to use this digital system. It is a sort of shift because now all of a sudden the person has to relearn and feel as though if I'm not able to, I may lose this job, you know. For example, where I work part-time, now there's this whole using of hospital administration management system. So that means you're going to have to take histories with a whole computer. And something that can be written in about just 5 minutes, all of a sudden it has to be typed out in a long space of time. So that in itself is going to be a stressful thing. Job security, people feeling that they can easily lose their job. With some bosses, they keep threatening, I'll fire you. I mean, it's a source of stress for employees. Then again, also sometimes even with remuneration, even just job schedule, timing, the person cannot even have enough time for themselves or for home, or feeling like even the shift work, some work in shifts. So if the person is coming for 9 shifts back to back and then has to come for another shift, if the hours are not adding up, that is in itself a source of stress. So there are a lot of things that has to be looked at when it comes to stress in the occupational setting, and it's good if we have good occupational health and safety documents, so that the implementation of these is a bit challenging.
So wrapping up, I'd like you to tell us, what should I do if I realize that someone is having a mental illness or a mental disorder? What can I do to help the person?
Okay, so a lot can be done. First of all, if you're in a space to talk to the person about it, you can do so. Mention what you've observed, and then encourage the individual to get help. The person doesn't necessarily even have to rush to a psychiatric hospital. You can go to a general facility, speak to a doctor, and from there get the requisite referral. Now most centers across the nation have what we call community psychiatry nursing units. So there are units there with persons who have been trained to help address the minor issues, so that major ones can be referred. But the key thing is get help, because you can't do it on your own. You don't need to do it on your own. There are people who are well equipped and willing and eager to help get over it.
So do you think the introduction of first aid mental health, like things in schools, like primary schools, secondary schools, universities, will help salvage the situation? Just like we have first aid kits in schools, if we have something like first aid for mental health, will it help this whole thing?
Well, I think it has a potential to help.
Okay.
It just depends on how it is executed. Based on how it is done, it will determine whether it becomes having a challenge like the career guidance institutions where people are shunned away from, or is something that others can feel welcoming to.
Okay.
So training of the individuals who will be responsible for it, so that confidentiality is maintained, you know, all of these little nuances, those are the determining factors. But as of now, with the way things are going, I think every opportunity to be creative about it should be explored, and I think it has a good potential to be beneficial. It has a good potential.
So our last and final question is, what's the role of the government here? What can civil society organizations do? Private entities, what can they do in the fight to ensure that mental health is something that we all pay attention to, and then we can help each other in this fight?
Okay, so that's a good one. For government, I think a good place to start will be to honor their obligations, especially to mental health authority and then to mental health institutions in general.
Okay.
There's this clause in our legislature that's basically saying that mental health care is free, but then free comes in because someone else is paying for it, and that's supposed to be government. So when government is not paying and patients are trying to access their care, then it doesn't become as free as you would like. So if those funds are channeled to the institutions, that would be a great source of help. With civil society, with NGOs and other institutions, I'm sure all mental health authorities eager to partner. All the hospitals are, and we Ghana don't have that many. We have Pantan Hospital, Accra Psychiatry Hospital, Ankapo Hospital. So you can speak to any of these, and there are a lot of avenues by which individuals can help. So I think once you come, we'll open up and talk to you about whatever you want to do, no matter how small or big it is. There's always room for collaboration. Be it pure psych, be it substance, be it child and adolescent mental health, be it even for women. I mean, it's limitless. There's always room to help.
So your final words?
My final words is the age where mental health has to take its place, where people have to pay attention to it. Stigma is not helping. It's making things much, much worse. And we have to be able to talk about mental health issues now. I'm happy we are doing that today. And I just pray that we keep doing it so that we get to a place where others like Prince Harry feel comfortable enough to come forward to help others to also get the help they need. Once you get the help, you can actually do very, very well. So it's not a tag that is like of doom or anything like that. There's always light at the end of the tunnel.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nima. Thank you for honoring our invitation.
Happy to be here.
Okay, so the stigma is not helping in the fight against mental health. We've come to the end of this edition. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll be here same time next week. Thank you. Over-the-counter drugs, OTC. At the mention of over-the-counter drugs, our minds are sent wondering as to whether they are safe for consumption or not. But we are here to change and renew mindsets about over-the-counter drugs. Let's take a listen.
Over-the-counter drugs are drugs that a person can walk into a pharmacy and buy without a prescription. Yes, so the pharmacist We will not necessarily ask for a prescription if the person is to walk in and say, we want this particular drug. Yes.
A more restricted class of OTC drugs also exists. These products, while considered OTC, are kept behind the pharmacy counter and are dispensed by a pharmacist because they are subject to abuse and may require proper identification and a signature.
Some examples of over-the-counter drugs include paracetamol. We have ibuprofen, diclofenac, and sometimes they come in combinations. For instance, F-Pack, yes, Gibidol. Those are all over-the-counter medications. Yes.
Over-the-counter drugs are not illegal. Over-the-counter drugs are drugs that are legal and are authorized to be sold in Ghana, across the world. Actually, they are found in pharmacies, they are found in licensed chemical seller shops.
Some people abuse OTC drugs to self-medicate for mental illnesses like anxiety and depression. Abusing these medications can also make people euphoric and hallucinate. Any use outside of what's recommended is considered an abuse. Moving on to OTC monographs, they define the safety, effectiveness, acceptable ingredients, doses, formulations, and labeling of OTC active ingredients. An OTC drug monograph is established for each class of products.
So for the over-the-counter drugs, even though they are safe, they are classically safe and that's why they are sold over the counter, they can still have problems. Yes, there are still some problems that you can face, especially for the painkiller ones, like the ones we call the NSAIDs. That's the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. So they are usually painkillers, and when they are taken correctly, they are not problematic. But when they are taking too much, they can give you what we call stomach ulcer. They can erode the stomach wall, yes, and then can cause, ulcer. So too much of that can be problematic. So if you are taking it, it's not necessarily something you take for long. It's just for the pain, just for the symptoms. So if you are having pain, you have a headache, you take 1, 2, it's enough. Maybe 3 days, 5 days, it's okay. But if you keep on coming to buy the F-Pack, coming to buy the Gibidol, coming to buy the paracetamol can also cause liver damage. Yes, overuse of paracetamol can cause liver damage. So every drug, no matter how safe, can have some adverse effects if you take it too much. So ideally, there should be some regulation to the way you take it. So if you walk into a pharmacy and the pharmacist has realized that you keep on buying this particular drug, they can try and stop you or give you some advice. Maybe change it to this one. This is safer for you. So if you have active ulcer, for instance, you have to go to the pharmacy and tell them that I have ulcer, and then they have specific painkillers that they can give you that will not give you problems.
Finally, all patients should consult with their doctor, pharmacist, or other healthcare providers if they have additional questions concerning OTC drug use. Pregnant women should speak with their doctors before taking any medication, vitamin, or herbal supplements, even if it's an OTC drug. Thanks for staying tuned. This has been Health Africa on AAU TV. I am Bridget Amadente.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic. It's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
The COVID-19 pandemic has necessitated the need for higher education institutions to establish their impact through applied research. It is in this regard that the Africa Centers of Excellence for Impact Project, a higher education project supporting universities in West Africa, has engaged in groundbreaking researches in managing the virus within the sub-region. The 53 centers across the continent are putting in place measures to manage the pandemic in their respective countries. In Nigeria, the Africa Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases, ACEGID, at Redeemers University, in coordination with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, was the first institution in Africa to successfully sequence genomes of SARS-CoV-2, which is the COVID-19 virus. This will strengthen surveillance for tracking mutations of the virus. The center has also developed a COVID-19 screening tool to measure individual risk level. Also, ACEGID seeks to use advanced genomics science to accelerate the production of a homemade vaccine against the virus. The West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACBIP, a cell biology research center dedicated to the diagnostics of tropical diseases in sub-Saharan Africa at the University of Ghana, has also successfully sequenced genomes of SARS-CoV-2. This is a milestone in Ghana's response to the pandemic, as it will aid in the tracing of the sources of community infections in people with no known contact with confirmed cases. Other centers of excellence are contributing to knowledge on management of the virus through innovative research. Centers such as the Regional Transport Research and Education, TREC, hosted by the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, examined how the COVID-19 is spreading in time and into new areas, its impact on urban mobility, and the environmental effect of the lockdown. To support continuous teaching and learning in their respective institutions, the Africa Centers of Excellence are adopting innovative measures by moving classes online. Learning management systems such as Moodle, Sakai, Google Classroom, among others, are being used. The Africa Center of Excellence project is a flagship program where the World Bank, in partnership with the French Development Agency, AFD, and regional partners such as the Association of African Universities and ECOWAS, are supporting African governments to invest in quality postgraduate education and applied research.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
aspect on investing in ICT infrastructure for online open and distance learning. So for that aspect, we have one of our panelists who is by the name of Professor Luvuyo Lalendle, supported. Professor Luvuyo is the Executive Director for Planning and Quality Assurance at the University of South Africa, popularly known as UNISA. He is a former Vice Rector, Teaching and Quality Assurance at Northwest University in South Africa. He has served as the Director, Institutional Audits at the Council on Higher Education. He has worked in higher education for more than 30 years. His writing has been largely in transformation in higher education, planning and teaching and learning. So, Prof, you are most welcome to share with us on investment in ICT infrastructure for online and open and distance learning. You see, we picked also UNISA because it has got a well-known record of more than 140 years of experience in ODL and online. So, Prof. Lalendla, you are most welcome on board.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon to the colleagues. I would want to share my screen, and I hope you either can assist in doing so, if possible, from your side. Well, let me go there.
You can do it from there, Prof.
Okay.
Yes, it's okay. We can see it.
Can see it. I will not project my face, but colleagues, I'm just gonna run through the slides in a way. I think having issues around quality assurance in a digital world is upon us, and we need to gain traction by ensuring that we can be able to deliver learning within the COVID and in a post-COVID context. Having said so, I plan to just talk about online delivery and open distance e-learning and e-working contexts that we found ourselves in. And I'll look at infrastructure consideration, quality prescripts that needs attention, and deal with lesson learned from University of South Africa, and also deal with issues that I will close on in terms of recommendations. Having said so, I guess we are all conversant that within the new text, we have had challenges with the COVID-19, which has brought us to and critical issues that we need to consider as we get into this wave of the pandemic is the fact that issues of social justice, who's got access to technology and how people get access to technology are critical for us as we work in that particular context. So I think it's also important to note that online learning has become then a vehicle to actually communicate between staff members and students, and also to enable them to be part of the fourth industrial revolution, where online delivery and courseware is going to become the major driver in terms of teaching and learning space. And some of the issues, I think in my country, South Africa, the lockdown has actually put starkly into our face the disparities that exist from the haves and the have-nots, and from urban and rural communities. And I think even in the African continent, we have those kind of challenges that we have to contend with. And I think infrastructure becomes an important aspect. Things that we're talking about is network coverage in the remote areas, and then also those should be taken in cognizance as we define these things, and also availability of data and devices at all our kind of the other thing that was my next slide talks to issues of saying, where are we? And if you wanted to know, for those that are fundis or understand this thing, we are at a phase where our teaching and learning space are facilitated by the internet. And then also we have actually moved from a point where as universities we open in where by access.
Prof. Lalenhle, may I just sorry, you see, and read, some are suggesting that log out and then log in again. I just want to find out what people think.
Okay, I could finish my thing because basically I would know the sequence of my ideas, and then, but I think the slides can be shared at a later stage.
Yes, the clean slides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying that we are moving from a to almost getting to be an internet-enabled environment, which that environment will also talk towards moving to fully online facilitation kind of thing. And in that context, then computers and devices were really critical, and which also cell phones, smartphones have come to the fore in terms of those issues. And then, having also spoken to you, I think there are critical issues that I thought were important in terms of this presentation, which were consideration that to make in respect to quality of the infrastructure. And some of those issues would be things that speaks to us that pertain to collaborations between lecturers and staff, between students and their lecturers is quite important. And then also other issues that I think are critical for us to note was that how do we capacitate the support staff who, through either library services, they provide e-books, and then also students are able to access the databases to get materials and information from those particular things. What is important about infrastructure matters. Maybe let me ask you, Chair, while I'm talking, can you resend the presentation mail? I'm gonna open in another gadget and still talk to it.
Okay, now, can we stop completely, Prof? This is inevitable. And then let's say right now it's like, let's say by 5 past.
Dr. Makuku, we can just stop sharing the screen and work and make Prof present, please. We don't need to stop the meeting. We just need to stop sharing the screen and then we present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, sorry, Prof.
I'll stop sharing, yes.
I'm also listening to the audience because it's important that if we don't go along they are the ones whom we mean to save. So maybe now, if it's not distracting, we can continue, you finish, and then we just agree on what time we are going to come back. Like, is it after 5 minutes or after 10 minutes? Maybe 5 minutes is okay to relog in. Okay, Prof, you can.
Yes, Chair. I think at some point, a few things that were critical when I was explaining, I was saying that we have moved from an internet supported to also more remote learning because of social distance issues that have come our way. Then few things that are important. We assume that with appropriate infrastructure, we'll be able to improve student outcomes through online facilitation. Also, we'll be able to enhance student success through a proper curriculum design for online performance. And then also, we hope that we could integrate technology into our teaching and learning. And we believe that it will bring some motivation for students and staff and understand. Also, it will help us with understanding the learner behaviors through learner analytics, and then also promote an interactive online learning, which will provide on-time feedback for students, access to materials at any time, and access to material remotely. I think colleagues, quality insights in for consideration the ICT infrastructure. Few things that I think are important for us now to note as we get into this journey. Is our ICT accessible through different devices? That's important. Can different devices access our learning materials? Are there budgets to develop and update ICT to keep up with the developments? Universities also providing access to databases in the library resources, such as ebooks for our students, dedicated ICT support staff and students, and then also, is it capable of providing synchronous and asynchronous communication tools to the people? Other issues that we're interested in is that are there unified user services for ICT service? And also, are we trying to find out if ICT requirements are being fulfilled, meaning that by business, the people who are not technocrats or technicians who are academics, are their needs satisfied through this provision, and is virtual learning environment created within that particular space? Quite a number of people are interested in to say UNISA has been in operation since March. We never closed, and we've just run examinations there. Therefore, what are the things that we have done to save the academic year? What we have done is that students were given the option to defer their examination to the next examination period. And over and above, there were considerations that were made for students who don't have gadgets to actually acquire such. And fortunately, 60% of our students out of the 380,000 plus students had gadgets. And also we looked at alternative assessment methods used, such as portfolio, open books, examination, oral examination, within the context of the COVID-19 that we had. Therefore, all our students were able to take examination at their respective places or wherever they could get connectivity. And I just want to give you some few stats about UNISA was able to run a class, meaning that a facilitated session of 13,000 students online at one given point. And also between March and now, we have received over 3 million assignments which have been uploaded on our systems. Therefore, it pushes that your IT infrastructure should be beyond reproach, but it does not mean that we did not have our own challenges. But few things that I can share with you is that there is an open distance e-learning project implementation that is being run and rolled off for the university as part of its strategy. And then also we are investing on our ICT infrastructure to ensure that the November, December examinations will be done online. We're not going back to any venue-based exams as far as our thinking is for now. There is an online examination task team to actually take lessons from this session of examinations and make sure that there are improvements. And also there is a collaboration tools such as MS Microsoft and Zooms that are being used. And then we mainly use the Microsoft Word. Laptops and computers with VPN facilities to enable working from home have been that, and the university have invested huge sum of money to provide data to students. I think there is 30 gigs of data per month to students and 10 gigs anytime, 20 gigs at night. And this scheme will run from mid-May to mid-July. This was meant to accelerate and enable students to do their examinations online. Having said so, as I finish up, I think what's important is planning, management and governance, and also having business continuity plans that would actually assist you to ensure that your infrastructure enable your business, which meant managing the risk among students and staff. And we have done all the compliance aspects that government have really asked us to do. And then going forward, I think we have reprioritized our resources and put them so that they can enable the business to continue. Other issues that we have done on the aspect of, I call cheating in exams. Social media has actually assisted us because students tend to report one another when those things happen. Therefore, we've picked up those, and we have students do what we call an honor pledge, which confirms that their work they're submitting within this open book examination is entirely their own. That's one step. The second step is that they cannot get any help from any other people like ghostwriters or any people that sells essays and all these kind of things. And we also have turned it in as something that we detect similarity indexes and all these kind of things. But then cheating or collusion exam is a disciplinary offense at UNISA, and we take that as serious. And we reserve the right to use software application screens in exams to match to electronic sources of the work submitted to other things. And we're exploring iris recognition and also proctoring tools to enable us to do this in the next kind of thing. Colleagues, what I want to say then in my closing slide is that in order to have success in this new normal, you need to ensure that the basics are there. There is a functional learning management system. There are a team of instructional designers assigned to faculties to assist in developing the programs and ensuring that the programs are fully integrated. And there should be a functional help desk for ICT to support both students and academics. And then also you cannot do that without executive management support. And also we must always remain and be vigilant that it remains a teaching and a learning function rather than it be driven by the administrators and other people. But therefore, what I'm saying, colleagues, it will also need for you to have a communication strategy in order to run up these things. I think I want to stop there, Madam Chair, and then allow other colleagues to.
Thank you all, and good afternoon all. Yeah, mine is just to support what the last speaker said on the issue of ICT infrastructure. He has said a lot of things. Just some few things to add. The basic thing is that for any institution to have a very strong infrastructure for ICT, that institution must have an ICT master plan depending on the hardware needs. Because if you don't have a master plan, it means you will just be trying to, it's like trial and error. So you must have a master plan for your ICT. Again, there must be institutional bandwidth, because we all know the issue of internet penetration, which is a challenge. Since we are going online, because that is the new normal that we're talking about now, the issue of bandwidth is a very big challenge, which an institution that wants to run online must have a very strong bandwidth. And there are some other tools that such institutions should need to have. We have already mentioned the issue of computers, the up-to-date PC or equivalent device with moderate speed internet connection. The issue also has to do with the issue of the online learning tools, which institutions should have. There is this modular object-oriented dynamic learning environments, Moodle, which is a very powerful tool used by educators to provide custom learning environments for students and create lessons, manage courses, and interact with teachers and students. This is what we are using in our own institution presently. And during this COVID-19, we have no problem because our students have been receiving their lectures online using this module. And in the first place, the university, the students have been submitting their assignment right from the beginning, even before COVID-19, online. They have been submitting their assignment. So we had no problem with this issue of new normal. We have been working according to the new normal. But what we are saying is that the necessary online learning tools must be made available by the institution. Now, we also have to consider the issue of virtual classrooms. There are different types, like what we're using now, Zoom, and that is what the university has been using as well, our own university, National University of Nigeria, in terms of facilitation. There are environments like video conferencing facilities, Google Classroom, Scratch coding application design for distance education for all class of learners, including kids, the use of Flipboard classrooms, and all other platforms like Schoology, and others that include Canvas and Coursera. All these things are these necessary tools that anyone that wants to go online must make sure that they have them. So that's to mean that about 60% of the budget should go for ICT infrastructure, because everything will be done online. And unless much is given to that aspect to achieve the desired goal, it's going to be very difficult without attaching too much budget to ICT. Now, the issue of examination and its integrity comes to fore when we talk about going online. We have tried it. When the last speaker was speaking from South Africa, UNISA, I felt as if it's like we collaborated together with them, because our students also, right now, they are writing exams. We started with our postgraduate students. They wrote their exams online on demand. Those who will be able to run the exams, those who have the equipment that is needed, the environment that is needed for the online examination, they wrote it. And even right now, the undergraduates have started their own. So these are the issues that the new normal has brought onto us. We're now the other issue that has to do with this infrastructure is what we call Edpuzzle, Edmodo, Socratic, Loom, and etc. GoToMeeting, Microsoft Meeting. These are several platforms that we depend on the internet penetration that we have in Africa. So these are the few things that I want to add to what the last professor has said concerning infrastructure, because he has already spoken most of the things. So these are the things that I say I need to just give as a support to what he has said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I think they were very clear about what needs to be done. And so we simply need to make sure that we take note of these issues because they are very critical. Please allow me to call upon Ms. Nodumotlamin. I'm not sure if she's around, but she must be, because she has got a long experience in ICTs. She's the Director of Communication and Knowledge Management, ICTs, at the Association of African Universities. I just wanted to share a bit of experience of what they've done for the continent and how they've managed, even at national level, if that could help, because we still need to come together and make sure we reduce the cost of these internet services. Ms. Nodumotlamini, please come in.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Violet, please confirm that I'm audible.
You are audible.
Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful session. And thank you to the speakers that have spoken before. We apologize for the apparent Zoom hacking. We are using the Zoom platform for the first time. So I must say we are still learning. When we checked, we realized that annotation was enabled for participants. So maybe among us, there's someone who is really not meant to be in this meeting, and then they are playing around with that annotation to irritate us. So please, let's not lose hope. I think it's a learning point. Concerning my brief remarks, the most important thing that I think we need to remember is that even before COVID, our educational institutions, educational systems. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can go on.
Okay, our educational systems were challenged even before COVID. So the things that we are talking about are really not new. The good thing that is coming out as a result of COVID is that we're being reminded to sort of review and improve the way that we do things. Concerning the ICT, okay. Concerning the ICT, okay, thank you. Thank you. Apparently my screen was not looking okay. Thank you, Dr. Makuku. Concerning the ICT, what we are seeing is that our universities have not been able to cope in terms of quickly implementing e-learning. This is because our universities had not yet institutionalized learning management systems. They had not really considered blended learning as an option. But now during COVID, we are seeing a lot of our institutions are struggling and trying to do training, trying to solve the infrastructure issue, trying to solve the access issue. And we also note that our universities don't even have good information about their students in terms of how they access internet. So the biggest lesson is that universities must know their students. They must be, maybe as part of management information systems or students information systems, we must regularly capture some data which can help us serve our students better. As the association, we've really focused on looking at advocacy very strongly, talking to the African ministers of education, talking to governments, liaising with the African Union Commission, so that we address this issue holistically. Internet infrastructure, there must be investments. We must have last mile solutions at a national level that address remote villages in our countries, must be priority in terms of connectivity. For many years, the AAU has been supporting the establishment of national research and education networks through the platform of vice chancellors, conference of rectors, vice presidents, and rectors of African universities. They saw this a long time ago in 2005. So through the National Research and Education, there are some that have done well, there are some that have not done well. The key message here is that if you belong to a university or educational institution, please find out what your national research is. And then we are also learning as an association that we need to train a lot of people. We are still figuring out the model to use for training millions of people to be proficient in the use of these tools. So there are two models that we are currently trying out. One is the faculty modular training, which happens once a week, where we are teaching academics how to use simple tools, how to do things, how to quickly get back online, or how to get online if they were not. Then the other one we are doing, which is ending next week, is working with Moodle experts to support one university in Zimbabwe as a pilot. So we are training that university how to use Moodle, the Moodle learning management system, and we are making it very well organized so that they get some skills, because it's not easy to move into online teaching, especially when you also have never been an online student. And then lastly, we are also seeing that there's a need to share a lot as African universities. What we are seeing is everyone going it alone, is on its own, trying to solve this huge problem. The collaborations are not really coming out. So we want to also appeal that we need to begin to work together at a national level before we start working together at a regional level, countries that we can leverage and address issues of capacity building, and also address issues of shared infrastructure, shared e-learning platforms. What can we really do together? Is there some content, a course, it may be in research methods, that has been well designed in one university, which can be shared as open educational resources for others to quickly adapt. So it's very important that we really look at this issue of sharing. In conclusion, if there are any ICT directors on this call, I think we also need to do our part to come out of our shells, because sometimes IT technical people can be a bit removed from the rest of the institution. So we need to read how do we help faculty to use technology effectively? How do we help students to learn better? What is the university trying to achieve through the use of ICT? So I think there's an opportunity for ICT directors to play their role in really to integrate technology. Dr. Makuku, let me stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nodumotla. I mean, truly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, you would allow me to say you will also agree with me that these three people, they really know their area very, very well. And I think this is some of the knowledge and what we want. And everybody is showing that without that, not the most presentations, research done indicated that if, for example, in a country, a university was running its own internet services account, and then at national level, they come together to use one account, there is a reduction of cost by between 70 to 80%. Can you imagine? Let's think about it. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon Professor Clement, called Accra Institute of Technology. For more than 10 years, he has been on it, and a senior research fellow of the International Institute of Information Technology. Prof. Jidonu, from 1984, taught and conducted research at a number of universities, including Trinity College, University of Dublin, National University of Ireland, Makerere in Uganda. Anybody from Uganda, you can hear that he has been to your place there. He obtained his PhD in computer science in 19. Professor Jidonu has published a number of computer textbooks and over 100 scientific papers and reports. Ladies and gentlemen, I can go on, but in the interest of time and why we are here, allow me to bring on board Prof. Clement Jidonu. Prof, you are most welcome. Address the participants.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makuku. To the previous presentations, and my presentation is on the issue of standards and guidelines. Let me give you an analogy. We are looking at a vehicle, a car, moving on a road. Before COVID, before the new normal, this car, let's call it a Peugeot 404, an old car, which is moving on a road which is full of potholes. The car moves all right. There's a driver, there are passengers. It's okay. We don't need to move very far because we are doing campus-based, so there's no need to move. That's physical. But now with COVID, we want to move online. So we need to do something about the potholes, which is the infrastructure, which our colleagues have just spoke about. We need to do something about the car. The car must move at a higher speed. It must be a car which can survive the journey. We need to do something about the car too. Probably instead of Peugeot 404, we go for a Cadillac or a better car. The people in the car itself, some guidelines and protocols must be given to them about the new normal. So for me, the infrastructure, which my colleagues spoke about, cover the issue of access and connectivity, internet connectivity. So if we used to have a pothole road, we need an asphalt road in order to implement learning in a new normal. So the potholes, roads must be adversed. Then we also talk about, as part of the same infrastructure, we talk about the university computer systems and resources. It's extremely important. You can have the best internet connectivity, but if the university's own computer system, campus system, is not all right, there's no way you can connect to that road. It's like having a good asphalt road without a good car to run on it. So that is the infrastructure part. The next thing for me is the systems which will run on that the learning management system before you can ride in this new normal. Now, for AIT is 10 years old. For 10 years, we have been running two systems. We have been running the regular campus-based system for the undergraduate program, and we also been running the open university, which we do for the postgraduate program, masters and PhD. Now, so for 10 years, we have experience in delivering online education at the same time doing the campus-based education. So when COVID came, we thought we are ready to go. We have some shocks. I'll explain that in a minute. That the new normal requires that even universities who have already been online, partially or fully, need to do some more things before they can survive in the new normal. I'll give you the AIT experience now. That's the systems. The systems, apart from the learning management system, you also need some learning support systems, software. We had some in the past, but we found out that the new normal we need to procure more before we can survive. Apart from that, the next thing for me is resources. You cannot run university in the new normal. You may have the infrastructure, you may have the computer system, you may have the software, but what content are you going to deliver? You can have a learning management system which has a front end, but not have any resources behind it. So we're talking about e-library system. We're talking about multimedia e-library system. I'm not just talking about textbooks and PDFs. I'm talking about videos, audios. Those are the things you need before you can run. And of course, as I said, the new normal requires that we need to put in place new guidelines and protocols. This is one of the things that we have realized. After 10 years running a partially online program, we found out that that will not take us there. In other words, what brought us here will not take us there. So we have found out that guidelines and protocols, new guidelines and protocols were necessary before we can actually survive. I will talk about that. Is the main focus of my talk. The next thing is the people and the stakeholders. Here we have university administration. They must operate in a new normal. Some work had to be done there. We are talking about technical staff. The technical staff which used to run our system when we don't have the COVID. Although we have been doing this thing for 10 years.